Thank you everyone for being here in person and online. It's so good to be with you today. Morning, and my name is Laurie Mode. I'm the CEO of Outdoors New South Wales and ACT, and also the Australian outdoor industry. For those here, we're on Gadigal land of the Eora Nation, and I'd love to pay my respects to our carers, our patrons, the traditional owners of the lands in which we all meet today, the lands that always was, always will be Aboriginal land. Can I please ask Michael West to help us connect more with our Aboriginal culture, our understanding, so that we can be more educated about where we take the connection with Aboriginal people into the future?
Modde, Gamarua, Gadigal, Eora. G'day and welcome to Gadigal and Eora Land. I'm Uncle Michael from Metropolitan Local Aboriginal Land Council, and we're the custodians of land, air, water and culture within our boundaries. There's 120 land councils in New South Wales, and that's under the Land Rights Act. So we claim land under the Land Rights Act, which we get in compensation for all the land we owned before, one might say. I'll get you guys to get your phones out, because I think it's important to educate people and to challenge people and get people to think. We'll look at Brewarrina fish traps. Brewarrina fish traps. You guys should probably know of Brewarrina fish traps, yes? And online. Hello to the people online. I'd like to acknowledge that we're here on Gadigal land, but also acknowledge all the land out there that people are on, the country they're on, and the connection and spirit that the Aboriginal people and Torres Strait Islander people look out there around Australia. And so what did you find about Brewarrina fish traps? They are in here, obviously, in New South Wales. Yes, they're possibly the oldest human-made construction in the world. And how old are they? Starts with a 4 plus. Yes, more than 40,000 years old. More than 40,000 years old. And they're aquaculture and engineering. And they're still out there now. So they're designed in a way that catch the fish, obviously. And also, I'll get you to... So what do you think about that? How old they are? What are your thoughts on that? How old they are, 140,000 years old. Incredible, isn't it? It's quite incredible. And I'll get you to have a look at something else. Huntingbird Manuscript Vatican. Huntingbird Manuscript Vatican, and you'll find a very familiar face in there that you have seen around, no doubt, in your bushwalking and when you're walking on country. Because, see, as Australians, you have a responsibility to look after our culture and our sites, not only for fellow Australians, but for humanity itself, like those 40,000-year-old fish traps. There are people from around the world would love to come and see them if they knew about them. I'm sure they would. And they'd also like to go to places like Modde, where they have the artesian water and the hot springs and everything for healing. And people do come from around the country and around the world to those places. So what have you found with a Huntingbird manuscript at the Vatican? Something fascinating, yes. I've been educating people this in the last 6 months, and sometimes getting like 5,000 people to look at these things, and it's quite amazing, isn't it? Yes. So what do you see there? A cockatoo, yes. And how long ago was that manuscript? How old is that manuscript? 13th century, and it's 1241, I think, isn't it? 1241. So that's just shy of 800 years, isn't it, when you think about just shy, about 18 years? I'm trying to think of the maths there. Of 800 years. So that puts some context in there. See, Aboriginal people, we traded amongst ourselves. I did say this at the Business Council of Australia's annual dinner a few years ago, that we traded amongst ourselves for more than 65,000 years, but we also traded with others. And obviously that is an example because it goes up into Europe. Now, there are sea cucumbers Do you know about the sea cucumber trade? No, no, people shaking no, yes. Well, there was up the top end. I made the point to this, like I was at the 50th anniversary of the diplomatic relationship between China and Australia. It's not going as we're going through interesting times, aren't we? And I made the point that Aboriginal people up the top there traded sea cucumbers. Now, they traded sea cucumbers more than 400 to 500 years. I was lucky to meet at that dinner. They had one of the persons who put together with Marshall Langton, his name's Zhou, I think his surname, Z-H-O-U. And they put together an exhibition that was down in Victoria at Melbourne Museum, probably about a decade ago. So Aboriginal people traded up the top there with sea cucumbers, and that was more than 400, 500 years, and that was about 100 years ago. And that was with the Macassans, and it was with the Indonesians, and obviously it also went up to China too. So I made that point that we do have an old relationship with China, and we really should think about these things when we're talking with each other and conversing with each other, shouldn't we? If we've got that history. And then when you're walking around on country, you've got to remember too, so what is country to you? So what is bush to you or country? How do you connect with it? Bushwalking? The plants and the animals? So how do you find it? Like, because we believe as Aboriginal people, we're the country is us. So, and it's also, when you think about it, going through the pandemic the last few years, we really understood how we really should connect with Mother Nature, shouldn't we? And that we need that time. I know where I live, I was under lockdown, as we all are, but I was also under curfew. We had curfews, and I could go out in the backyard. I was lucky to have a backyard. So I could go out and I could watch the ibises in the trees, probably about a couple 100 feet away, cruelly called the bin chickens, aren't they? They shouldn't be called bin chickens, they're ibises. They have a cultural and spiritual story to them. I won't tell you today. I'll get someone like Brendan to come and tell you in the future about that. But they, when you think about it, they're going into the bin because of what we aren't caring for country properly. We need to care for country. And you think about it, the firestorms we've had and the floods we're now having, continually having, on and on and on, it's because we haven't been caring for our Mother Earth. And when you think about it, everything comes from our Mother Earth, doesn't it? Through mining and that, and what we do, and creation of obviously minerals and chemicals and everything. Everything we create, everything around us, from the screen there to the air conditioning to the floor to our clothes, comes from Mother Nature in some form. So we really need to care for her and respect her, because she's just speaking louder and louder all the time about how we're not caring for her. And it does have impacts on us, as we can see. And when you're walking around our country, it's important to think about the history there that's been there for a long time. And 65,000 years is the latest, but we believe it's a lot older. And it's important to take that time to think about where you are, to connect with Mother Nature, to respect her, not leave rubbish anywhere. Obviously, that's important. As bushwalkers and that, you should know. Anyone going into country should be respecting that, because there's all the animals out there. We're all connected to them. We're all connected to them in the scheme of things, in the scheme of the universe. Everything in the universe is connected. It's important to understand that. And do you know Aboriginal people have totems? Yes. And a lot of organisations these days are having obviously reconciliation action plans, and they have NAIDOC and Reconciliation Week and Sorry Day and that. But one thing's important that I've been educating to, and that we've been educating, is it's important to understand that with our totems, we're not allowed to eat them because they're part of our family. So to be like sister. And they are serving food, and one of the things important that you do label them, because they're like our brothers and sisters. And this is something that society is changing. It is changing, and it's actually going a bit faster. Like that Dylan song, the times are a changing, aren't they? When you think about it, a lot of you like Dylan. Yes. Yes, I like Dylan. So I'll show you another example that how things, the big end of town and global end of town. Everybody knows Breville. Yes. Breville. Everybody's probably got a coffee maker or a kettle or whatever from Breville before. Yes. Microwave. Yes. I know I have. But if you Google, I'll get you to look at your phones again. Breville Aboriginal culinary journey. So what's Breville's done over the last few years? I've been working with them as part of their Reconciliation Action Plan group. And what they're doing is they've gone out with their appliances. They've gone to community, remote communities and other communities, and they've got artists and Sydney community, and they've got an artist to paint on different appliances. And the artwork on there, because artwork is not just artwork. Artwork is identity, it's culture, and it tells the story of the country. So the artwork on there is actually embedded in the products, in these appliances. It's quite amazing. You can actually feel it. So people who are vision impaired can actually feel art instead of just describing it, audio description. And that's actually now been launched. It was launched here in the National Gallery. Then it was launched at Bengara. Do you guys know Bengara, the dance? I hope you have seen some of their shows because they're quite great, aren't they? They're fantastic, yes. And then it was launched at Harrods last year. And it's also launched in Germany and other places in Europe, and everybody loves it around the world. But there's the stories on there that are painted on there, they are now getting out worldwide. And what happens with that is the money from it actually is not going to Breville, it's going to charities that were selected. So there's a lot of goodwill and a lot of good corporate social responsibility out there. Another thing is I've been working in the context of things. I've been working on Reconciliation Action Plan since about 2008, probably 6 months after they started. And the whole big end of town, all the banks, all the corporates, all the consulting firms, everything from waste management to wealth management to the accounting, as I said, to engineering, all the different engineering disciplines, they're all coming together to all work with us. So that's the context of how things are changing. And I've been working myself with Pfizer pre-pandemic for 3 years. And we know that how important Pfizer, and I've also worked with J&J, Johnson & Johnson and Jensen, as that, and that even big corporates now are coming together to understand that health now is more than just mental and physical. So what do you think health is? Health, the concept, Aboriginal concept of health, what do you think it is? Mental and physical are only two components. Spiritual, yes. Spiritual is part of country, yes. Country is part of health. Well, think about it. If you don't have a healthy country, that impacts on your health. It's both a two-way street. It's always a two-way street. There's emotional health. There's health of your community. If you're unhealthy or your community's unhealthy, that affects either way. And then there's emotional and cultural. So even the big end of town is now starting to understand these concepts. They're probably returning to them. They've lost them over time. So, yeah, so an example is I've created, if you look at Pfizer Reconciliation Action Plan, I've created a cultural item in there. It's called a message stick. Now, message sticks traditionally, imagine what would happen is you'd go to the edge of country, you'd light a fire, the smoke would be seen, you'd be taken, given safe passage as an emissary or ambassador, and then you would meet the leadership. And what would happen is you would deliver a message, could be about a corroboree, could be about a dispute. This one that I've made is about, as I said, holistic approach to health. And I made it in lockdown and curfew and that. So it also has a story in that about that, how it's your own self-care, because we need to understand about self-care, don't we? Yes, and really take that on, especially over the last few years. So how are you guys been doing self-care? Binge watching TV series? Going into nature, yes, and that's and people realise now with this whole pandemic how important it is to connect with Mother Nature. Just going for that walk, going outside if you're lucky, if you have a house, and hopefully art. People are practicing or looking at art or drawing or writing poems or whatever you need to do for your own self-care. It's so important. So that message stick that I've created for Pfizer, we use that. I have uncle have better outcomes for everyone. And remember, whenever you're walking on country, story, and we have to have truth telling moving forward about dates and about the history of this country. We need to be honest. And some of that is also this conversation now about massacres and front doors. So that is now the public domain, and it has been, and the corporate team in their position on this too. So we need to understand that things I think they will accelerate further in the future. I hope I'm educating you a bit, challenging your thoughts, and remember, look after her, respect her, and she will look after us. Always important to think about that, respect her. Question? Do you have a question or two?
One from there?
Yeah, I think traditionally bushwalkers and gathering really haven't had much to do with this. And so I think that's something that we look to develop a better relationship.
Yeah. Like something like my friend Brendan, where you can point out I'm still learning myself. Him and I both stolen as children, and I found my family at the Land Council when I was about 30. So what I was going to say, he could point out the ceremonial context, also the medicinal context of everything and walking along. And but also remember that to us, fire is not destruction. Fire is not destruction for us. Fire is ceremony, and it's also about regeneration. So we need to get back to caring for country with those slow intensity burns, which lets the animals, which are our totems, go. And as I said, totems in our area protected. So obviously they flourish. And then what happens is it's sustainable, because people would come in from the other clans and tribes and nations, and they would take could be an emu, my totem's an emu, away, and only what they could carry. So I'd like to say on behalf of Metropolitan Local Aboriginal Land Council that welcome everyone here today. I hope we challenge you to have a bit of think about things from our elders board and our members. Have a great weekend. Always was, always will be Aboriginal land, and let's all work together and work together for better outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael. And yes, I've had the absolute privilege of working with Brewarrina on many of their tourism attractions and cultural attractions, which the fish traps is incredible. So if you haven't been there, please absolutely go. It's amazing. Apologies to the people online. You would have had some sporadic changes happening there. The joys of operating an aircraft over here by the looks of it. So hopefully, can I get a thumbs up, or, is everyone hearing it okay? Are they seeing us? Wonderful. Okay, great. Thank you so much. So again, my name is Laurie Mode. I'm from Outdoors New South Wales ACT in the Australian outdoor industry. I'm your MC here today. So hopefully I'm going to take you through this whole day to time as much as physically possible, but create great conversation. And it is a very, very special day. Today, we come together to discuss how we continually work together as outdoor communities to plan for the best of our environments that we recreate in. What is discussed today applies for all open space that we hold so much value for, and that we may be able to continue doing the activities, the many, many different activities that we love doing in these amazing places. But it's not just for us here today. As Christine Gregory, former governor of Washington, said so beautifully, it is up to us to live up to the legacy that was left for us, and to leave a legacy that is worthy of future generations. If we're not here for future generations, what are we here for? I ask today that it not be a debate, but a collaboration, a sharing of incredible minds, experience, and abilities, so we can empower our policymakers to ensure that the country looks after us for future generations. As I said that sentence, there would have been some selective perception occurring live in the room and online, of course. Selective perception is the lens in which we view the situation and interpret what we see and hear and what's good for our future generations. So as we progress through the day, we need to try to understand other lenses that people may view. Kirsten, can I grab you to go to that image for me, darling? You might have seen this image before. Look familiar? Do you see the youthful woman or do you see the wise woman? Every single one of you might have seen something different there. But whichever one you see right now, I ask you through the day to try to view the other one. Things that happen in your past, your experiences will show through this image. So let's open up that third eye that we have. Open up your perceptions wider so that they may shift, they may change, or they may stay the same. Nonetheless, collaboration will occur in this room and the virtual room today so that we can be positive to empower our policymakers with the information and understanding to make the best decisions for the future. I am incredibly looking forward to the content today, and I hope you all are too. So, a bit of housekeeping. For those that are here in the room, can I please ask you to put your phones on silent so that we don't interrupt the amazing speakers that we have here today? The bathrooms are out the door you entered and just to the right. And in the case of an emergency, unlikely incident of emergency, this gentleman to my right, Ravi, follow his directions, but you'll see there's 2 emergency exits. I feel like I'm on an aircraft. Down to your left and right. For those at home, please familiarise yourself with your own emergency exits. And can I ask you to also familiarise yourself with your food and beverage options, because we need you to stay awake during the day. When you see me get up at the podium, please stand up as well. We need you to keep moving and make sure you are on mute so that, again, you're not disturbing the others that are online. The chat feature is a great way to engage with us here. I've got it right in front of me, so I will be monitoring it. Kirsten's got it to my right. So any questions that you have, please put it into the chat. Could the speakers be shown larger? See, I saw that chat. Don't know how that happens, Ravi. Can we make that happen? Wonderful. So if you have any questions during the day, please come and see me. But let's get going into the main part of the day. A big thank you to Bushwalking New South Wales for this innovation, for this event here today. But thank you to Paddy Palin. Emma, you have been amazing for our industry, for everything we do, and your support for these types of events is incredible. So thank you. Thank you to Trek and Travel as well, and Wild Magazine, and to all the speakers that are giving up their time here today to address all of us. We've got registered apologies from the Honourable James Griffin, Minister for the Environment, Kate Furman, Member of the New South Wales Legislative Council. And a reminder for those in the room, you haven't accepted that we're recording, but we are recording here today. So please be mindful of that as we progress through the day. So the first speaker, I'm actually going to let David introduce himself for this one. David is our president of the Bushwalking New South Wales organisation. So David, would you mind coming to the podium, please?
Firstly, a very warm welcome to all the people in this room and all the people viewing this and participating online. I just want to reflect on something that Michael West said about connections to country. And I think as bushwalkers, we need to, I think, develop a better partnership with the Aboriginal community. We haven't always been as mindful about that in the past, and I think we have some work to do on that. And I've always thought that all of our club activities and our walks, we should actually have an idea of which country we're walking through. And I've always thought that perhaps the beginning of any activity, we should, whether it's the walk leader or someone else, do a acknowledgement of country before the activity proceeds. So I'm just leaving that with you as something you might want to take back to your clubs and have a think about whether that's something which we should be doing more, because I think it is important to where we're walking through someone's country, and I think it's a good idea to know whose country it is and was. However, I just want to now turn to the topic for today. And in 2021, we actually ran a webinar related to this topic, and we actually invited James McCormack, who's going to be talking to us later in the day, who still is the editor of Wild Magazine. He'd written a couple of articles in Wild Magazine on, I think he called luxury lodges and cabins in national parks. And we had James along to talk about the theme of those articles, and also had a few other people who had been or still are involved in various controversies around the country of tourist developments in national parks. And one of the things that surprised me is this was the best attended webinar or any event we'd had in recent years. And it suggested to us that there was a lot of interest in the topic. So we decided we need to follow this up and make it a bigger event and bring more people in and have a bigger range of speakers. So hence we're here today. But I do want to emphasize that, and I think it's just following on to something that Laurie touched on, we're not presenting ourselves as an organisation that wants to sort of lock up national parks to the hardy few. And in fact, I'm just reflecting on our current strategic plan. We have a vision statement in there, which is more people walking in nature more often. And so we definitely are not an organisation that's going to oppose people using the parks. But I think what the questions, and hopefully we can get a little bit further along with this during the day, is the questions are, how much tourism development? Where should it go and where should it be planned for? And who should be doing this tourist development? So should it be very much a public sector thing, or is it, is there a role for commercial operators and so forth? Or should development be largely kept, the big scale stuff be kept outside the park? So these are all questions which we're grappling with, and I'm hoping that during the day we can touch on them as we go. We do also have another reason for putting this event on, and Bushwalking New South Wales has a number of policies, and we actually have one on development in national parks. And there are copies at the front table if you want to have a look. But one of the things about it, it was written back in 2015, and in fact, how times have moved on, as Michael said, the times are changing. This is very much an out-of-date document. And one of the things we hope to achieve out of today is actually an opportunity to update this policy and make it more relevant and more useful to us. So one of my jobs during the day is just making notes as we go along, as the speakers are talking about various topics. And I'm hoping to get some sort of bare bones by the end of the day when I do a summing up of our revised policy. We may be pretentious enough to call it the Surrey Hills Statement. I don't know yet if we get that far, but we may. I'm interested in if anyone having any views about the current policy and how it can be made better and updated. Very welcome. Would welcome anyone to do that. And if you want to come to see me during the day and drop a few ideas in, you're very welcome to do so, even if you scroll over this document and give it to me at the end of the day. So just that's another little job for everyone. So without further delay, I'm going to move down to back to the chairs, and I'll hand it back to Laurie. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, David. Great start to the day. So our first speaker after David is Andy Macqueen, OAM. So let me tell you a little bit about Andy. Andy's a renowned bushwalker, writer, conservationist, wilderness explorer, bush carer, environmental campaigner. I'm exhausted already. Andy Macqueen has meticulously researched and authored 5 books about the environmental and social history of the Blue Mountains. After working in water resources as an engineer and hydrologist, he switched to a career in outdoor education. He then co-founded 3 environmental groups and has been a member of the National Parks and Wildlife Service Blue Mountains Regional Advisory Committee since 1996. Can you please make Andy very welcome, and I ask you to come to the podium. Thank you, Andy.
Thanks very much, Laurie. And hello, everybody in, well, virtual world, I guess. And look, I'd also like to say some thanks to Michael West for those for that acknowledgement of country, and particularly for his comments, as David said, on connecting with country. And I think that's a very important topic for today. I think, you know, when I go bushwalking these days, I'm very much aware of the fact that I'm walking on traditional lands of Aboriginal groups, and that's not something I thought about in my earlier bushwalking days. In fact, when I was president of Confederation nearly 30 years ago, I don't think it ever entered into the story then either. And it certainly didn't enter the story of bushwalkers 90 years ago, who I'll be talking about shortly. On that note, I think, you know, you couldn't have a profounder connection to land than traditional Aboriginal people. And I just make the observation that they didn't have serviced accommodation and the like for all those tens of thousands of years. Now, although their experience was trivial by comparison, many of our early non-Aboriginal walkers, going back before bushwalking clubs, did express a connection with the earth. Early last century, the rambler John Le Gay Brereton reflected on the spot he just slept at in a wonderful poem called Swags Up. And just a little tidbit from that poem: "Dear dreamy earth, dear dust, wherein I found this night a home, still for a memory's sake I turn and cling, then take the road for many a distant camp." Change of tempo. Can we raise the banner, please? So here we are. A few weeks ago, 52 people braved freezing cold, wet conditions, including Peter and Keith here, to descend into the Grace Valley to celebrate the 90th anniversary of the reservation of Blue Gum Forest. And for the people, oh, there we are, the pictures up there already. And there's that same banner down in Blue Gum Forest, who many of you will have heard of. And they spent the weekend down there. We had a few speeches and we had a lot of cheers for the forest, even though it's in fairly poor condition due to some disastrous fires, which I won't get into. But nevertheless, it's been saved for 90 years, thanks to the group of bushwalkers who got together and paid off the lessee who was planning to chop down the trees and grow walnuts. And they managed to do that at the height of the Depression with the aid of a loan, which was repaid by a bloke called Jim Cleary, who was the head of New South Wales Railways at the time. And the participants at this year's anniversary, I should add, weren't sort of old blokes like this. Some of them were down as at the age of 10. And the youngsters amongst that group were fourth generation Blue Gum people, which I think is pretty impressive. And what were they celebrating? They were celebrating not just the saving of Blue Gum Forest 90 years ago, they were celebrating the wildness of the Grace Valley that's in the face of 170 years of threats. They were celebrating the Blue Mountains National Park and all the other national parks in the Greater Blue Mountains that make up the Greater Blue Mountains World Heritage Area. That's all right, you can take that away now. Thanks, guys. Now, the point is, all those national parks weren't declared by accident. And Miles Dunphy, this guy here, he'd been campaigning for parks for a while, but the saving of Blue Gum was the catalyst that set the ball rolling for the eventual establishment of many national parks and wilderness areas throughout New South Wales. So Blue Gum was actually the seminal event that galvanised the bushwalking clubs to band together in common cause. At a meeting of the 21st of July 1932, an initial 9 clubs inaugurated the New South Wales Federation of Bushwalking Clubs, now Bushwalking New South Wales, and now there's 69 clubs, I believe. I'll just call it the Federation from here on in this talk. But I believe it's the oldest organisation in the state promoting the conservation of large areas. Now, the conservation of bushlands, get rid of that, Conservation of bushlands was the principal object right from the start. A subcommittee called the Conservation Bureau was set up to focus on it. Now, it's fair to say that in those early days, their primary objective was to provide for recreational walking. But nevertheless, the Bureau's other objects separately address the topic of conservation of flora and fauna, and the Federation became increasingly concerned about conservation for nature's sake, long before people talked about ecology and threatened species. Now, as Jeff Mosley points out, in its early years, the Federation achieved very little directly in terms of establishing new reserves. However, its influence as a backer of schemes promoted by Miles Dunphy was significant. The year after Federation was formed, Miles established the National Parks and Primitive Areas Council. It comprised himself and a group of faithful walking friends, some of whom were also active in the Federation. One was the president, that's Wally Roots. Dunphy campaigned for parks separately from the Federation, but in cahoots with it. He was, after all, a member of two of the clubs, Sydney Bushwalkers and the Mountain Trails Clubs. As the years went on and the challenges increased, it was inevitable that other groups sprang up, focused primarily on conservation. Chief examples were the Nature Conservation Council, the National Parks Association, and the Colong Foundation, now Wilderness Australia. Such groups were associated with the new impetus for the creation of national parks that arose in the 1960s. These organisations all had their roots in the bushwalking movement. Even the National Parks and Wildlife Service had its roots in the bushwalkers, for it was legislated into existence in 1967 in response to the bush conservation wave. Meanwhile, of course, bushwalkers and their friends didn't just fight for new national parks. They volunteered for parks in multiple ways. They engaged with park management, whether as trustees, participants in working bees, track builders, or what have you, and more recently in weed management and citizen science. So it's fair to say that bushwalkers in general have earned a major stake in national parks and how they're managed. Now, the question is, what did those bushwalkers years ago think about things like developments in parks, huts, tracks, commercialisation? Well, to put it simply, they mostly pursued the philosophy of what we now call minimal impact. Now, take the, right, this in 24th of August 1934, a 4-page supplement appeared in the Katoomba Daily. It was a broadsheet. You can tell by the size of the print, it's pretty large. I'm blessed with a copy of this thing that was given to me by an old-timer bushwalker some years ago. Most of these 4 pages was actually written by Miles himself, promoting nature and reservation and so on, and in particular, his vision for a Blue Mountains National Park, which actually bears a fairly strong resemblance to today's World Heritage Area. But that aside, there was also some interesting writing in there, and there was actually a piece by Wally Roots promoting the Federation of Bushwalking Clubs. Within, I think it's on page 3, you get a quote that is quite often repeated that begins, "We cannot really live for commerce alone." But the key point for today is the byline at the top. Preserve our bushland environment. Leave as much as possible as natural as possible. That was actually the precept of Dunphy's National Parks and Primitive Areas Council. So all the early bushwalking magazines are replete with stories and poetry emphasising the wonder of camping out under a simple shelter, maybe made by Paddy Pellin, of sharing a campfire, of enjoying a simple life away from the trappings and worries of the city, of connecting with the bush. Sometimes an old hut might come in handy for the night, but the possibility of fancy accommodation in the bush never entered the mind. If bushwalking involved in an escape from the trappings of civilization, it followed that taking those trappings into the bush was a complete anathema. What's more, they usually travel to their bushwalk by train rather than motor car. So all in all, their activity wasn't responsible for much in the way of greenhouse emissions. One of those early bushwalkers was this person, Dot Butler. And here she is in 1992, at relatively advanced years, talking at an anniversary of Blue Gum Forest. I think it was the 60th. And she's often referred to as the barefoot bushwalker, and there you are, wearing bare feet. She was famous for walking the Grace River in a day in bare feet. But one little quote from her: "You will discover that simplicity is the keynote to happiness. The bushwalkers' wants are few. Food and warmth and shelter they carry on their backs." Down at the Blue Gum Forest Reserve in the Grace Valley in the 40s, there was an adjoining patch of land leased by the Horden retailing family. In fact, the Hordens never developed it, and bushwalkers were allowed to treat it as if it were part of the reserve they'd established. They called it the Horden Pavilion. However, the Blue Gum Forest trustees, mostly bushwalkers, were nervous that the Hordens might develop for some sort of tourism enterprise. It's indicative of the concern they held that the trustees and the excuse me, and the Federation made several attempts to acquire the lease from the Hordens. In 1945, the Federation went as far as arguing that the proposed Kosciuszko primitive area of nearly 300 square kilometres should not be open to recreation at all. It should be reserved largely as a people-free wilderness where nature came first. 300 square kilometres. That was with the influence of its secretary, Mari Biles, a staunch conservationist, obviously influenced by Buddhism. On the other hand, around the same time, the bushwalkers went along with the idea of on-park private leases and developments for skier accommodation. Of course, such developments were pretty minimal in those days. There weren't many skiers, and skiing was done on wooden planks. No one had any idea what leases within the park would eventually lead to. A lesson perhaps about thin edges of wedges. Eventually, the Federation started to develop formal policies. For instance, in 1977, a policy on huts was arrived at, focusing primarily on the Kosciuszko backcountry, but applied more generally as well. It was a difficult one, because many bushwalkers, including yours truly, like to take advantage of old huts when backcountry skiing, while others saw that all huts should go, in keeping with the wilderness ideal. In the end, the policy was arrived at, acknowledged the historic value of the huts, but considered if the huts burnt down, they shouldn't be replaced, and certainly no new hut should be built. The next year, the Federation developed a policy on walking tracks. It favoured the development of major and long-distance walking tracks, as long as construction was limited to places where safety was an issue, and providing the tracks avoided wilderness where possible. Back in 1978, when that was written, there was no actual formal definition or declaration of wilderness in the state. So it was more of a concept. Now, the world of bushwalkers and conservationists has changed since the early days. In Blue Gum Forest, the adversary was a wily war veteran trying to turn a dollar. As the years went on, national park and wilderness proponents had to deal with bigger and more formidable opponents. Mining companies, timber industry, dam schemes, competing recreation lobbies. Meanwhile, the walking community at large grew and started to become ethnically diverse. Foreign tourists started arriving, some fond of walking and adventure. People more mobile and more affluent. People have to join a bushwalking club to find out about bushwalking. In the 80s and 90s, they got ideas from guidebooks, magazine. Now they consult the net and social media and doing whatever they might be by official offering. And bushwalking conservationists have got older. It's easy to forget that the champions of the 1930s were young people in their 20s and 30s, and they weren't old guys like me. Today, some bushwalkers with a traditional background are finding their bones are creaking. So there's a dilemma. Do they take their moral high ground and decide to stay at home in their local bush patch and happily leave the wild places to the young and fit? Or do they avail themselves of supported experiences and alternatives to sleeping on the ground? A glamping pod with beds, perhaps, or cabins with hot and cold everything, maybe with luxuries ferried in by helicopter. Did I mention carbon emissions before? A long way from a simple, grounded connection with nature. Meanwhile, the bush has been invaded by technology. GPSs, PLBs, smartphones, etc. Seduced by the technology, people make phone calls and do social media while they're out there in the bush. Many people are more connected to their devices than to the nature around them. Nature becomes only virtual and wild places get shrunk. Perhaps all this renders people more vulnerable to seduction by other unnatural phenomena like built infrastructure, serviced accommodation and the like. And of course, all this time, national parks have come to be regarded not only as environmental and cultural assets, but also as economic assets. Late in his life, Miles Dunphy wrote what could have been his epitaph. When bushwalkers have ceased to exist as active social entities, the tangible results of their long-sighted planning will everywhere remind people that these undesecrated parklands were secured by clear-headed idealists who had both feet on the ground. It will be recorded of them that they delighted in the bushland environment and went to no end of trouble to preserve it for the people of the future. Now, Dunphy did not and could not foresee the challenges that have arisen in the years since. He perhaps didn't appreciate, couldn't just reserve large natural areas and leave it alone. There's one thing to fight for the reservation of natural areas and all that involved, but it's quite another to face invasion of those same areas by, well, what? Weeds, feral animals, extreme fires for sure, more recreationists, yes, but also invasion by inappropriate development and not necessarily minimal impact development. Miles Dunphy turning in his grave, along with hosts of other people who've loved the piece of the bush for the last 90 years and more. Modde, I guess they're questions for today. Thank you.
Stay with me for just a minute, Andy, if you can. Emma, I'm going to call on you. And guys, just online, someone is mute. Can I get you to mute yourself if you're not on mute at the moment? I think there's a bit of feedback for the other guys. But Emma, come forward and give Andy a wonderful gift from Paddy Palin and thank him again very much. Wonderful. We have some time for questions for Andy, which I'm just in awe of your knowledge and history that he's captured here today. Is anyone got some questions that they'd like to ask Andy? And we have a microphone at the back of the room, which so everyone online can hear your questions as well. We'll make you use the mic. So would anyone like to ask Andy any questions? Emma?
The knowledge and experience within yourself and within this room, Andy, is amazing. And I guess from a younger generation, is there a mentor program or a pathway to be able to learn the experience that you have and the pathways to follow for conservation?
Great question.
Well, I can read my books. No, and look, people don't read books anymore, and I've discovered that myself. So, and so to answer your question, I'm not sure that there is. Some years ago, I used to teach outdoor guides at TAFE, and I used to talk about a lot of this stuff when I talked about history, and but I'm not aware of anything covering that material now.
Mm. Can we have the microphone over in the middle? Thank you. I think Keith, was it? Yeah.
Keith Muir, Wilderness Australia. Andy, do you think that the historical achievements of bushwalkers and early conservationists up to today is worthy of a heritage listing of some sort?
Well, yes, would be my answer, although I'm not familiar with what sort would be appropriate. I think it's, yeah, it's actually fundamental in where we are today. I think without all the people who fought for parks over all those decades, we definitely wouldn't be where we are today.
Wonderful. David?
Laurie, just to follow up what Keith said and Andy's answer, people may be aware that the Commonwealth Government has recently put out for submissions on additional national heritage values for the Greater Blue Mountains area, as well as additional areas, geographical areas that could be included in the World Heritage Area. We put a submission in on that, and one of the points we made was that we felt that, reflecting on the history of bushwalking and the importance of bushwalking to the development of the national park system in that region, that we felt that the history of bushwalking should be a recognised item of historic heritage. And we actually requested the Commonwealth Government list that history as an item of national heritage. So be interested to see what they do with that.
Absolutely.
And I'm aware of at least one other submission that might be touching on the same subject.
Great. Any other questions either online or in the room? Does anyone put them into the chat or put your hand up? We can see you if you use the emoticons that are in the Zoom session. I think that might be it. Thank you so much, Andy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's thank Andy again. Wonderful. Now, our next speaker is actually online, is he? He is. Fabulous. So let me just turn this off so we can not get any feedback. All right. So we're moving on to Gary Dunnett. So Gary is from the National Parks Association of New South Wales. He is the Executive Officer. Welcome, Gary. And I'm going to hand it straight over to him, and he's going to share his screen via the virtual world and engage us all. So thank you, Gary.
Thanks a lot. Is that sound coming through?
Certainly is.
Okay, and I need to, sorry, I'll just take a second to get my PowerPoint. Apologies for the silence. It's just the inability, the silence, it's just the inability to sort of touch your head and rub a tummy at the same time. Okay, are you now seeing my screen?
Yes, we are.
Great. Okay, thanks. Look, I'd just like to start by acknowledging that we're all variously meeting on Aboriginal land and pay my respect to elders past, present and emerging. And I think I probably need to also apologise up front if there's a slightly grumpy tone to much of my presentation today. That grumpy tone is very much influenced by a piece of legislation, actually, that passed through the dying moments of the current New South Wales government. And it was a piece of legislation that ostensibly had a fantastic purpose. It's for a reconstruction authority, which is all about disaster management. But unfortunately, it's also got some tricky little powers hid in it that would effectively give a future Minister for Planning, the Minister administering that reconstruction authority, essentially unfettered powers to approve developments in national parks and other protected areas across New South Wales. And it's a piece of legislation we only found out about 2 days before it was passed. There'd been no consultation with the conservation movement, and it passed with the support of Labor. and a whole series of amendments that were proposed to try and constrain the powers for this new authority to approve development in national parks and protected areas. Those amendments were defeated by the coalition and opposition. So it's not a great context for which to start talking about, what's the current situation, because we are genuinely facing an unknown escalation of inappropriate development in our park system. So apologies if that's a bit of a downer for the start of the presentation, but I'll do my best from this point on. Okay, so look, as we've just sort of heard, there was an extraordinary group of individuals through the first part of the last century who came together largely from the bushwalking movement, and either joined or morphed into the conservation movement. MPA was certainly part of that. Our establishment was back in 57 was really about advocating for establishing parks legislation. It's worth remembering that at the time there wasn't a National Parks Authority across New South Wales. What there were a series of trusts, some with standalone legislation and others not, which all did things in a slightly different way. And so we were looking for a single piece of legislation, most importantly, a professional park management agency to do the planning and day-to-day management of those parks. Not a planning department, not regional growth organisation, not a reconstruction authority, but a national parks agency to actually do the day-to-day management of the parks. And of course, we've always been trying to look at the next generation of parks. So back in 67, when the original Parks Act was gazetted, about 1 million hectares of protected areas came through in New South Wales at that time. So that was your old parks, places like like Royal and Ku-ring-gai Chase. And there was about 1 million hectares. And essentially each decade since, you've added about 1 million hectares per decade to get to the current 7 million odd hectares across New South Wales, or about 9.68% of the state. All right, so that's National New South Wales MPA, but we're also part of a broader organisation called the National Parks Australia Council, which is essentially on a national level, the NGOs that have that primary focus on protected areas. And of course, we're not by any means trying to say that national parks and other protected areas are the sole part of the conservation picture in New South Wales or Australia. They're not, but we're the organisation for whom it's the principle we're running on is that it's the centrepiece of conservation and environmental protection across the nation. And so we're well represented down the East Coast and down into Tasmania and across to South Australia. We don't have anyone at this point from the Territory or Western Australia. And that forum gets together on a bi-monthly basis. And what was very apparent over the last 3 or 4 years is a growing concern right across the nation, irrespective, in fact, of whether you're dealing with a Labor or coalition government, about the increased number of commercial developments in protected areas, and most especially those that involve the construction of new hard-roofed or glamping-style accommodation, and all of the support services that necessarily go with that. And there's a whole range of examples, but I guess the ones that sort of get into the media on a regular basis are Lake Malbina down in Tas. You may have seen that, in fact, the Yarra Ranges mountain bike facility was in part rejected a couple of weeks ago. Big resort developments on Kangaroo Island, the Wangeti Trail in Queensland, and there's now another couple of major developments in Queensland. And in the New South Wales context, quite significant intensification of resort developments in Kosciuszko, as well as, theme style adventure playgrounds in new reserves, such as the Gardens of Stone SCA. And the consistent rationale for these projects is that they'll increase visitation, they'll broaden the visitor base, and they'll improve community awareness and support for protected areas. And that's irrespective of which of those developments you're talking about, it's a really consistent picture that those are the justifications. So last year, we actually commissioned a national survey to try and get a handle on what the broad community believes are the important things about national parks and the level of support for commercial development in protected areas. And I've got to stress that this was with a very reputable survey company. It wasn't, we rang friends across Australia, but rather this was a Lonergan's, which is a survey company that, you know, does lots of stuff about people's voting intentions, you know, how sudsy they like their laundry detergent. You know, they're using stratified samples across the community. So this is not skewed towards nature lovers. This is aiming to have a cross-section of people right across the nation from different demographics, different interests. So interestingly, nearly 90%, 89% of Australians agreed that national parks are one of the best ways to protect Australia. So that's encouraging for a group of national parks associations. And there's a strong recognition, 91%, that conservation and protected areas are desirable to protect nature from adverse actions like logging, mining and fishing. So in other words, they're for conservation, they're not for all those extractive industries. And interestingly, that wildlife and nature are gifts that we pass on to the next generation. They're not just for us, but they're actually important for coming generations. In terms of development and commercial activities, 78% of Australians support not having any development in our parks and protected areas. 2/3, 66% support that development only happening in the towns and areas adjacent to the park. So that's that gatehouse sort of concept where you put your development to support the park next to the park. 62%, they'd be less likely to visit a national park if it had high impact commercial tours. Whereas 77%, the low impact tours, low key tours would make them more likely to visit a park. Most Australians, 83%, say that they're more likely to visit a park if it's got small scale development, and we're really careful about the way we frame that. So that's really down at the level of interpretation signs, toilets, visitor centres, picnic shelters, and that the protection of nature, saving threatened species and quiet enjoyment of nature are absolutely the most important things about our parks. And look, I'm not going to go through, I've added the slides in of the actual data that sits under this, more so that people can access it from the recording from this, this presentation rather than pick it up. But it's also to demonstrate that this data has some credibility. It's not, we're not just making bold assertions, that there's a good methodology that sits under it. So this one's about the importance of parks, the protection of parks, and whether or not people are likely to visit a park if it's actually got high intensity tours, and that the feelings around the level of development which is appropriate, which, as I say, is very much in favour of the absolute basics, but not the major developments. So where did that leave us? Okay, so it left us drawing some broad conclusions of the national picture, and that's that most people across Australia value protected areas for their environmental values. They don't see them as a place that's there as a greenfield development for good ideas at some point in the future, but rather they're there for nature. The national expectation is that any visitor infrastructure and services should be small scale, low key, of value to all visitors, and in keeping with the natural setting. And I guess that then drew us to a pretty obvious conclusion, which is that there's a huge disconnection between those expectations and the massive investments governments across Australia are making on on visitor facilities that cater for small numbers of high value visitors. And that's where I'm referring to the resort developments, the glamping developments, the multi-day walks, which depend upon supported accommodation and supported walking. And our view at the national level is that disconnect is not only a poor investment of public resources, but risks damaging the primary conservation values of our protected areas. In other words, they're absolutely incongruous in a protected area setting. And corny as it sounds, but the management of our protected areas nationally is well and truly veering off the track. Okay. All right, so let's just now focus in on New South Wales. There's been a regular stream of announcements about new crafted visitor experiences for our protected areas. And it's certainly under the current minister, James Griffin, but also to a large extent his predecessor, their absolute favourites for announcements were multi-day walks, largely with hard-roofed accommodation, such as Light to Light, Tomaree, the Great Southern Walk, which is really actually a Sydney walk, Dorrigo, various walks in Kosciuszko, including the Summit Walk. And that's not all of them by any stretch of the imagination. We have seen a few announcements about the upgrade of existing visitor precincts, such as down at Minamara, the Dorrigo Sky Walk, Kosciuszko, and particularly their resorts, and even things like the marinas in Ku-ring-gai Chase. And a few rare exceptions where you've actually got a wholly new park, such as Gardens of Stone. We've actually seen extraordinarily intrusive and I'd say out of place levels of development proposed as part of the establishment package for those parks. And I suspect at some point in the day, Keith will find an opportunity to talk about Gardens of Stone. So look, this is a bit of a repetition, but just as with the national picture, the announcements of those projects are invariably framed in terms of bringing more visitors to the park system, widening the base of visitors, making an increased contribution to regional economies, and providing greater support for protected areas and conservation. So I think it's fair to say an obvious starting point in evaluating whether these projects are actually achieving those objectives is to think about the baseline. So in other words, what's the pattern of visitation already in New South Wales? How skewed are the demographics of our visitation? And of course, from the proposed activities or proposed projects, how much additional visitation, economic activity and support are they actually going to generate? In terms of visitors, we're in a really data-rich situation in New South Wales. And while we can't get sort of objective measured data going back to quite the previous presentation, taking us back to the 1930s. And what we do have is a series of very well constructed surveys that go back to 2008 by Roy Morgan. Again, a highly stratified sample that's designed to not become biased towards any particular demographic. And what that shows us is that if we go back to 2008 and 2010, we had roughly 35 million visits to a New South Wales National Park every year. That increased quite dramatically in the last decade. And so we went from, 35-ish up to, in 2018, it was 60 million visits per annum. And the advice that we've got through is that, in fact, off the back of the pandemic, that 60 million is now well and truly blown out of the water. Interestingly, that visitation is incredibly concentrated in a relatively small handful of parks, the vast majority of them being around the Sydney Basin, but Kosciuszko is also there, as you can see. So essentially, Blue Mountains and Royal sort of swap the banner for the most visited park at roughly sort of 4 million visits a year from survey to survey. Kringo Chase comes just in under that, and then Kosciuszko, and then a suite of parks that are in that sort of 500,000 to 1 million visits per year. But this is an extraordinary concentration of activity in just a few parks, and that becomes important. I'm going to delve into an example for Kosciuszko because of that. And just to give you a bit of an indication, again, this fantastic data from Roy Morgan, that walking is far and far away the most popular activity in our parks, as is water-based recreation, picnicking. And for those of you who are interested in the mountain bike debate, mountain biking in terms of popularity is down at around the 4% level, as opposed to 50 to 60% for walking. So it's a much smaller group. In terms of the sort of distribution, I doubt anyone on this call is going to be surprised that the majority or the highest sort of cohort of people who are using our national parks, particularly in those more active pursuits, are in fact in their 50s and older. And that situation, in fact, is very consistent across the nation. One of the things I would encourage people to do is to talk to your local park staff and ask them the question about how they're coping with a roughly 60% increase in visitor numbers over the last decade. If we think back to the justifications for all these projects, they are, we need to increase the number of people visiting parks, we need to broaden the base. It's very reasonable to question how the system is actually coping with that extraordinary intensification. You know, roughly 35 million a decade ago, and it had been stable for the decade prior to that, through to 60 million plus at the moment. But even if we start with the assumption that we're living in this wonderful non-Malthusian world where there's no such thing as carrying capacity or sustainability, what's the smart way to increase visitation on a sustainable basis? You know, and you have to ask questions about which regions, demographics, social groups, or specific activities will deliver the most efficient, least impactful, and most environmentally sustainable increase in visitation. And yet, when we look at the nature of the proposals that are coming through, the glamping, the supported multi-day walks, there's clearly an expectation that the cohort, the demographic, which we're not catering to at the moment, are those high disposable income individuals with a craving for carefully crafted wilderness experiences, and the guarantee that there'll be a good selection of table wines at dinner. There's an extraordinary disconnect between, there's an absolute lack of data to tell us that that is the group which is going to deliver the greatest, most sustainable increase in visitation. And if we reflect back to the MPAC survey and also the Roy Morgan data, I'd suggest that there's a whole range of things that could do as good or better a job of improving the visitor experiences, like, you know, toilets near track heads, multilingual signage, improvements to disability access, or even programs to encourage all those picnickers to start exploring the adjoining tracks. And yes, there are some programs that are looking to pick up elements of that, but that's not where the investment is. The investment is in these major developments. And it's reasonable to ask, would simply lifting the condition of maintenance of existing visitor facilities outperform these new projects? And I think the other one that we really need to be mindful of is whether the New South Wales government can actually afford to both maintain our existing facilities in good condition and to build new facilities. In terms of the economic returns, if that's part of the equation, very much the same factors work. And it's worth understanding that at the moment, government's own estimates are that visitation to national parks and reserves generates in excess of 19 billion per annum to the New South Wales economy, most of which, interestingly, is generated outside the park. So it's the travel costs, it's the accommodation, it's the fuel, it's the food. But that's all driving those regional economies. All of the project proposals will tell you that they are going to generate extraordinary returns for the local community in much the same way that every coal mine proposal will tell you that its indirect benefits will be essentially the scale of the national economy. But none of them model the displacement of existing park users, which we know for proposals like Light to Light is an extraordinarily major issue. Or none of them actually look at the differences between their high-end customers and a broader, smaller percentage increase in that in the visitor base. And our view is very strongly that there's a far greater economic return to be available from broadening the base rather than simply adding another story onto that pyramid. And look, I was going to make a point about the mix between conservation and these infrastructure projects. It'll be in the presentation you're able to get, but there's some fascinating information that came out of budget estimates that essentially showed that, at least in terms of threatened species, there's about a 4-to-1 spend on constructing new tracks. All right, so I do want to spend just a couple of minutes, and I'm mindful of how quickly the time's going, but just want to spend a couple of minutes on a case study, which is Kosciuszko. For those who aren't aware, the resorts in Kosciuszko, which at the moment, actually, I've said 10,000, but the actual bed numbers that are occupied is about 8,000. That's actually more hard roof accommodation than all of the remaining national parks across Australia combined. Helped a little bit because the resorts down in Victoria aren't actually in their parks, but nonetheless, an extraordinary concentration of accommodation in Kosciuszko. And the New South Wales government a year and a half ago put out a master plan and a plan of management amendment that essentially proposed to increase that limit by 40 to 60%, to take it up to over 14,000 beds a night. And I'm talking about beds a night is that for the simple reason that for several decades, regulating the number of overnight visitors has been the primary means of regulating the environmental impact of visitation, because it relates to your size of your sewage treatment plants, the amount of waste you've got to manage, the size of car parks, roads, all that sort of stuff. So it has these sort of knock-on effects. So we had many decades of limitation, careful capping of the number of beds in Kosciuszko, swept away with a more than 50% increase in one fell swoop. And extraordinarily, the master plan recognised that there wasn't enough information to actually tell us what a sustainable carrying capacity was. But off a bunch of calculations, which was sort of pretty much just how many beds can you fit within the existing resort development envelope, they said, no, of course, it'll be sustainable, don't worry. And the key issue for us here is that the strategy that MPWS, Department of Planning, and this government more broadly have used again and again is to say, don't worry, we'll deal with it through the development application process under the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act. And there's a fundamental problem with that approach, which is that DA scale assessment will never tell you about the impacts across the broader landscape. It won't tell you about the loss of ecological integrity at the landscape scale, and it certainly won't deal with cumulative impact. Those are precisely what master plans and plans of management are supposed to do, and yet they're entirely cut out of that process. The master plan just says, don't worry, we'll deal with it at the DA stage. And that's exactly what we've seen across all of these major developments. It is almost impossible in New South Wales to use the planning system to actually overturn core decisions around environmental impact. In the case of Kosciuszko, the resort companies are the big winners. And the works will be funded largely by the New South Wales government and implemented not by MPWS, but by the Regional Growth New South Wales Corporation, an organisation at the time this was going through that reported to the then Deputy Premier, whose local electorate was also Monaro. So quickly, where to from here? What are the sort of, I guess, the principles that we should be taking forward when we're thinking about these developments across the park system? Of course, we support environmentally public sustainable public access to parks and reserves. Wherever possible, the supporting infrastructure and services should be located off-park, where they actually deliver the maximum economic benefit to local communities, and that includes hard-roofed accommodation. And where they are located on park, because there is no alternative, not no alternative that doesn't have the same aesthetic appeal, but there is no alternative, they should be located in existing disturbed and cleared areas. Just a couple of weeks ago, I had the experience of going up to Dorrigo to be shown some of the sites that they were proposing to use for the multi-day walk up there. One of them, we were assured, was in a forming logging coop. When we went into it, it was actually closed canopy rainforest. And this new campground was going to be constructed 200 metres away from an existing picnic ground. The great thing about picnic grounds is people aren't allowed to sleep there at night. You know, there is no reason why this development couldn't have been in that picnic ground, but no, we're carving a great chunk out of the national park instead to generate that crafted wilderness experience. And what can we do from here? We'd suggest that if you think about the way that, for instance, the education or the health system works, while there'll always be debates about where resources are sent, there's a really strong understanding of the statewide picture. We do not have a statewide picture of our existing tracks networks and the associated accommodation. Let's start with that review of the existing system. Let's actually look at what's involved in funding and maintaining the tracks and campsites and accommodation that are important to our local communities, and ask ourselves the question, can existing funding sustain that existing system? And it's only if the answer is yes that you then have an understanding of how much is then available for the ribbon cutting opportunities, the new proposals, the places that actually occupy some of those gaps in the system. But instead, what we've got is a process where, through competition between local members and competition, in fact, between different parts of the Parks Agency, we have a flavour of the month that comes through, it gets funded, and then you're adding that to an existing backlog of unfunded deferred maintenance. This is not a sustainable picture. It just creates the headaches to the future. We need to get in a situation where we, as a community of conservationists, as a broader community, get to make the decisions about which bits of these visitor infrastructure are critical for the future, and whether in fact there is space to add to that. We can't continue going down this vested interest approach, which is just degrading our environment and generating beautiful media releases, wonderful ribbon cutting exercises, but no net gain to our community. Thank you, everyone.
Try to wind it up a little bit now, so I'll let you finish up.
No, that's me.
Oh, well done. Oh, that was timing. Either that or you got scared. Sorry about that.
That's right.
No, awesome stuff, Gary. Thank you. And I was conscious not to cut you off because certainly great information to be shared today. Look, we've got we're going to post you or email you a picture of the present that you're going to get and say thank you so much. So Emma, just wave, come up here and wave and thank Gary very much. Here she comes. She's coming, just showing you what you're going to get. That's what you're getting virtually. Come up here, up here, up here. That's what you're going to get.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So very much. Now we're going to have something very exciting before morning tea. Now, morning tea for those in your rooms, I've got no idea where you're going, but go somewhere and have something to eat and drink. Here, we're going through these doors for morning tea. But before we do that, we've got a bit of ribbon cutting of our own. And that is a launch of a new video about volunteering. So on that note, I'm going to ask Kirsten to press play. We'll go off to morning tea and we'll be back at 11:20 and 22 seconds. Okay? Got it. All right. See you soon.
When you think about it, there are so many great things about being in a bushwalking club. We all know how spending time walking in nature is good for our physical and mental health. But in a club, we're part of something. We're connected to a group of people with the same love of the outdoors. There's a real sense of belonging and purpose in finding our tribe and sharing incredible experiences. Just think of all the places you've been and the incredible things you've seen on your last club trips. Standing at a hidden lookout, sharing lunch as you gaze out across wild places, watching the colours of the sky change from your sleeping bag as a new day emerges. And when you think about it, a year of these experiences, these moments, they only cost you about the price of a pub meal. But if you think you've got a lot from moments like this, have I got a secret for you? There's a way you can get even more and feel great about being in a club.
Being a volunteer is really fulfilling. I love seeing people enjoying themselves, getting out in nature and learning about the world around them.
Do you know there's actually science behind all this? There's evidence that volunteering is actually good for you.
It's true. Science has proven that compared to the general population, volunteers are mentally and physically healthier. They fire off feel-good neurotransmitters and experience that helper's high. They're better connected and they draw a great sense of meaning from their lives.
Being a part of something, contributing to something you value, like experiences in your club, it's kind of like the secret sauce, the icing on the cake of being a member.
I love to see other people enjoy themselves, to be out in nature, enjoying the trees and the birds, and as I call it, David Attenborough moments.
And when it comes to volunteering, there are loads of different ways to get involved. But one of the most important is being a walk leader, which, let's face it, is vital. Because just think about it. No leaders means no walks, means no club, means none of these incredible experiences. And you know what I reckon one of the best kept secrets about leading walks is all the benefits that can come your way. I've always thought about leading walks as kind of like nature's free MBA. It can not only take your bushwalking to the next level with things like navigation, but it's other stuff like people skills, leadership skills, problem solving, managing change, or even contingency planning. These are all priceless life skills.
I've improved my map reading skills and learned how to use lots of bushwalking apps.
And the best bit? You get to create the event you want, just the way you like to do it, where and when you want to do it. What could be better than that? It doesn't have to be hard. There's help and support from other leaders to help you find your feet. Maybe think of a day walk that you're already familiar with, something on track that you've done before, and ask one of the leaders you've been out with to come along with you, kind of like your 2IC. They'll make a great tail end Charlie. They'll be there for you if you've got any questions or to back you up. And hey, you could even delegate a whole job to them, like navigation or keeping things to time.
My role within the club is to occasionally lead walks, as well as back up the other leaders of the walks, and to motivate the newcomers to the club.
So I thought, as a member, it's a great thing just to give back to the club.
Now, you might think that you had to have been a member of a club for ages before you can step up into volunteering. But do you know what? Volunteering is actually one of the best ways to find your place within a club and to feel a part of it. Don't worry. Not everyone is born to be a leader, and if you're new to bushwalking, there are loads of different things you can do apart from leading a walk, from helping put the program together to organising social events, running a website, social media, getting involved in environmental campaigns, or being on the committee in the background to help things run smoothly.
My advice for anyone thinking of volunteering for their club is just do it. It's a win-win for everyone involved.
So no matter your skills or interests, there's always going to be somewhere in the club for you to step up and get involved to help make your club a great place and a home for not only you, but for others for many years to come.
Welcome back online. Welcome back in the room. Hope you're all refreshed. Had a bit of a stand and a stretch. And look, what we've had this morning is a great start to really understanding some of the intricacies of our natural places. And as I said earlier in the day, you know, this is going to help us really open our eyes, open up our third eye to understand the perceptions from various different lenses and really try to work forward for future generations in creating better spaces. I now have the amazing privilege of introducing the Honourable Penny Sharp, Shadow Minister for the Environment. Penny, thank you so much for being here. She's the Leader of the Opposition in the Legislative Council and Shadow Minister for the Environment. Penny became involved in politics because she wanted to change the world immediately. While it is taking a little bit longer than she had originally planned, she hopes to fight for equality, sustainability, and a New South Wales where the public good is at the centre of every decision. I think we all agree with you there, Penny. So on that note, I'm going to hand over to you, and we look forward to hearing about what you're doing. Thank you.
Thanks very much. It's always a bit of a magical mystery tour when people read my bios, because there's all these different ones on the internet and there's all these changed ones. So that's quite an old one, but luckily that was mercifully brief. So there's a very long version that sometimes sitting through it is quite a chore for me, let alone everyone in the audience. I want to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land, the Gadigal of the Eora Nation, and pay my respects to their elders past and present. First Nations people have cared for this land for many, many, many thousands of years. The amount of damage we've been able to do in sort of 200 odd few years remains both shocking and alarming. But I think that future restoration of the lands that have been harmed actually rests often rooted in the core of First Nations people and their ongoing generosity and willingness to work with us to try to turn that around. Thank you very much for inviting me here today. I am I suppose a relatively new convert to bushwalking. Never really been a bushwalker, although spent a lot of my early years in Canberra wandering up and down trails and in and out of up and down mountains and those kind of things. But it wasn't considered bushwalking at that time. It was considered by my mother, get out of the house until the street lights come on and then you can come back home during the holidays. She was trying to manage all of that. But being part of nature is something that I have enjoyed my entire life, even though I wouldn't say I'm a formal bushwalker. It's really through coming to be the Shadow Minister for the Environment, which the first occasion was in 2015, and spending a lot of time wandering around, literally wandering around New South Wales, meeting good people such as yourselves and people all over the state, A, caring for nature in their part of the world, B, showing me the most extraordinary places and telling me the stories of those places, and then C, really asking me, what do we need to do to protect it? And the job for me, as I see government, is very much about how do we protect what is there and how do we make it easier to do so? Because I do think that we are heading into an era where protecting even what we thought was protected forever is actually under strain. And I think we need to watch that. I wanted to, as I was thinking about coming today and thinking about what I was going to say, I wanted to I reflected upon bushwalkers generally. And I mean, the more formal bushwalkers such as yourselves, the 12,000 plus people who get out into nature every day. And I reflected on the fact that I think that most of you, whenever I meet you, are some of the happiest people on earth. And I think that's because of what bushwalking does, which is connect you to nature, provide a relief from the day to day, provide a challenge. For some of you, the exercise is the big part. For the rest of us, it's just an added bonus. And for me, as we look at protected areas and the need for us to have a focus on the environment and protecting it into the future for all of the important reasons, climate change and biodiversity loss being two of them, and probably the most serious ones, I just think that all of you are at the sort of forefront and in fact are sort of bearing witness to the health and well-being of places like national parks. And I just wanted to thank you for that. What is, I think for many of you, a hobby has also become a vocation in terms of being the eyes and ears and protecting the well-being of just not just protected areas, but other wild places. And I think that that's extremely important. But as we head into the election, I do have it on my phone. I think it's 129 days, might be 126 days. I've got a countdown clock on my phone just to remind me. There's a few things that I've been reflecting on about if Labor manages to gain the trust of the people of New South Wales in March, and for us to step back in to government after 12 years of being out of government. And the task, as I see it for us, is in the environment space. It's a big task of all of the things, but in the environment space, the things that I reflect on and have thought about deeply, and I have been very lucky to have very good people in my ear around these issues, is some of, what is the role of a Labor government in protecting the environment? And I'm extremely lucky to have people like Bob Carr and Bob Davis and others in this room, Brian, I'm looking at you, who have just talked to me over a long period of time about the challenges of caring for the environment, but the need to make it a priority within any government that's there. I think we've seen over a period of time the sort of lack of bipartisanship around environmental protections really becoming a problem. I don't want to be in a situation where the environment is something that Labor does and it's something that the Liberals don't do. I don't want that. We can't, in fact, the environment can't afford that. But as I think about the possibility of being in government next year, I think about the legacy that previous Labor governments have provided to New South Wales. And that's obviously that, we could list all of these things, but, protecting rainforests, massively increasing the amount of protected areas, regulations that actually got and really curbed land clearing, the first kind of attempts at market-based mechanisms to deal with climate change, all of those things, and many of you are far more aware of them than I am, I see as really part of the core business of every Labor government. When we go into state elections, you often hear, our leaders talk a lot about tolls and schools and health. This election, there'll be a lot of talk about the economy and housing and cost of living, all of those massive pressures on families in the community. But also in the background, we're doing this against a backdrop of bushfires and floods and increasing pressure on the natural environment, no matter where it is, whether it's in the city, trying to look after those little precious remnants of urban bushland that are there, trying to keep the corridors that, despite our best efforts, native animals are still living in and using and need to survive. All of those issues weigh heavily on my mind as we go into the future. Given that this is about bushwalking, I did want to also just talk a little bit about, I suppose, national parks and where I see what's going on with national parks. And I know today you're talking about, how do we use our national parks? What are they there for? What does tourism mean in national parks? And look, there are differing views about that, but I'll give you a bit of an idea about where I think it's at. Nature-based solutions to climate change and the biodiversity crisis have never been more important than they are now. And I think there's finally a recognition that nature actually shows us the way in terms of restoring some of the harm that's been done. National parks are on the front line of that. They're not just about conserving and, I suppose, preserving these types of ecosystems, although that's obviously completely fundamental to them. But I also think they are genuinely on the front line of trying to turn around the biodiversity crisis, and also just finally recognising the most basic idea that the worth of a tree is not just that it's good and it provides a bit of habitat for birds or animals, but it actually is fundamental to carbon and to water and to the health of all of the ecosystems. So I see national parks as, again, being on the front line and being, I suppose, elevated within the discussion of the environment in New South Wales. We've gone in the last 12 years. I'm not going to spend this I could give you a 10-minute or 20-minute rant on all of the things the government's done wrong. I'm not going to do that today. I'm just trying to reflect on where I see some of the challenges. National parks have been downgraded. There's been massive cuts, as we know. The loss of experience within the National Parks and Wildlife Service over the last 12 years, I think we still haven't really come to grips with. Yes, there's some new jobs going back in now, but a lot of that very good work that's previously been done has been lost. And we've got to find a way to make the National Parks and Wildlife Service again, and I would like to see a place where people want to make their entire careers, as we've seen people do it. They love it so much. What they can contribute through that deep knowledge and experience is extremely important. So turning around that, trying to deal with the kind of casualisation and just the challenge, across the whole public service, we've seen that. But I see, elevating the status of National Parks and Wildlife Service, really coming to grips with the workforce planning that sees us have the people who are so passionate about this work being able to do that and make a career of it and be able to contribute to the public good through their efforts is something that's very important to me. We have to have a plan for more protected areas. We know there's only 9% of the state. We know that the federal government, for reasons that I still don't understand, Anna Scott Morrison, to be brutally honest, signed up to the 30% by 2030. That's a very difficult task in New South Wales if you were to do it just on the New South Wales basis. There's only 9% of protected areas. And I know that the protected areas definition in the 30 by 30 is broader than that. It's going to have to be. But we need to get back into the business of looking at, not just bits and pieces of adding to the protected areas, but actually a whole plan. So that's one of the things that it will be sort of first cab off the rank for me, is pulling the draft National Parks Establishment Plan that's been sitting on the shelf since 2017, dusting that off and getting into actually a full plan. And I'd like that to direct very much the 30 by 30 commitment, working with the Commonwealth and working through those issues. I see that as also being extremely important. We need to talk about the preeminence and the importance of plans of management for national parks. I think they've been downgraded over a period of time. We're seeing them chip around. We had a very difficult bill. I'm sure someone will ask you me about it today, and the Reconstruction Authority this week. We've seen what's happened in Kosciuszko. There's a reason why you have national parks and they're the most protected areas. It's because they've given the highest level of status. What we're seeing is this constant chipping away at the plan of management that is designed to protect that and to do all of the things that we ask it to do in protected areas. So for me, finalising so many of the plans of management that have been outstanding for so many years, making sure that these are actually the primary documents with which the areas that sit under them are managed. For me, that's going to be the way that I would like to approach our National Parks Plan and how we work it. And look, just finally, on a sort of a more practical level, one of the things that I am increasingly concerned about, and I think it's just coming more and more, is because of the lack of resourcing into national parks, the issue of weeds and pests and invasive species is actually, I think, getting out of hand. The explosion that we have in numbers, the fear, I think over the last sort of, decade or so too, we've really seen also the changing nature of some of the political discourse around animals, and the idea that, and we have people elected to Parliament at the moment who say that every animal is the same, which is partly the problem that we've got with dealing with feral horses in Kosciuszko. I think we have to be prepared to say that that is not the case, and that the feral animals need to be dealt with. And yes, that means we're going to have to kill them. And I want that to be done in the most humane method. I don't want to see any animal suffer, but failure to deal with invasive animals, pigs, goats, deer, horses, all dogs, cats, all of those are driving our native wildlife and our native species to the edge. And it's not just about those little individual animals. It's not just about the little broad-toothed rat or the corroboree frog. It's that once they go, the whole ecosystem starts to slide, and they are what's holding it all together. So I just, as a more practical thing, Labor's made some commitments, which we actually did through New South Wales Farmers, which was just about putting some more money into weed and pest control on public land. I think we'll have a bit more to say about that closer to the election. I see that as essential, and not just to national parks, but actually to the whole of the ecosystems in New South Wales. Final things, really, people want to know what we're going to do. It's kind of 5 things that I talk about a lot. 1, we're going to get serious about climate change. Yes, we're going to legislate targets, 50% by 2030, net zero by 2050. Easy to say, much harder to do. It's a floor, not a ceiling. We need to be ambitious. coupled with that is the creation of the Net Zero Commission. We see this as the scientifically based independent commission that will provide the advice, the roadmap, the choices that government has to make make sure we get to 2050. 2030 in New South Wales looks pretty easy on paper. I'm getting a bit concerned because the reporting that's coming in is showing the emissions are growing, but on paper it looks all right. But we basically are at the moment, we're in fantasy graph land when you look at the plan, which just sort of says, yes, we'll get to 2050, ... with nothing. We're going to be serious about trying to deal with that, and the commission is going to be important for that. I want to save what's left. We've, again, floods, fires, development pressure is everywhere. I'll be upfront with you. I'm not going to win every fight that I have in relation to that, but we've got to be committed to actually understanding what's there, the importance of it, not just to its own existence, but to biodiversity and to climate change. And I want us to work on that through things like the new establishment plan. It means valuing it beyond where it just exists at that moment in time in that little part of the landscape. We need to do much more restorations, obviously pests and weeds work. You know, land care is great and land care does a lot, and we need to put more money in it because it's massive. But the issue for restoration is much bigger. It needs big commitments from government around that, and we need to work on that. And finally, we need to actually get the regulation work. We've had so much stripped out, so much protection stripped out. We need to put it back in. I want to do that, though, in partnership with landowners, because I think the other thing that's changed over the wars of the previous 20 years is that so many landholders know and are experiencing the change, and they want to be part of the solution, and I want to work with them to do that. So thank you for having me here today. I think I'm taking some questions. Is that right? Oh, there you go.
If there's a quick question from either online or in the room that we could squeeze in.
Hello, Keith. Mm. Mm. Look, we haven't, as we're thinking through the way that we'd possibly structure a new, the architecture of government, we haven't come to those conclusions yet. But my view would be that, I mean, at the moment, there is not even a budget line item for the National Parks and Wildlife Service. I want to fix that. Where that sits in terms of the ongoing structure is not decided, isn't finalised yet, and I'm not in a position to tell you about that today. But I would say, when I say elevating, it means that it will be very clear what the National Parks and Wildlife Service does, what its role is, and how we can help it.
Quick one. No. Thank you so much.
Very good. No, thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. And as a wonderful representative of our community, unfortunately, I know you can't accept a gift. So we're going to take your gift and we're going to raffle it off to an attendee in the room today on your behalf. Is that okay with you? Wonderful. Thank you again. Now we're introducing the next speaker. Is Andrew in the room? Ah, fabulous. Andrew, lovely to meet you. So Andrew Nichols is our next speaker. Andrew Nichols, PSM, Acting Deputy Secretary of National Parks and Wildlife. I'm going to pass it over. You've got slides that I know Alex is in control of, which is amazing. So Andrew Nichols is also held the role of Executive Director Business Delivery at National Parks and Wildlife and Administrator of Jenolan Cays Reserve Trust. He leads the functions which support the operation of National Parks and Wildlife business strategy, including visitor, revenue, financial strategies, policy and business development, people and WHS strategies, asset management, systems and infrastructure delivery, and business planning and reporting. Andrew joined National Parks and Wildlife in a great year, 2020, having previously led the strategy functions of the former Office of Environment and Heritage. What an introduction for you in 2020. He has the weight of the world on his shoulders. I'd love to introduce Andrew to give us a perspective on what National Parks and Wildlife is up to. Thank you.
Thanks, Laurie, and thanks for that terrific introduction. When you read that out, it's a bit like what Ms. Sharp was saying. It's kind of a bit scary when you hear it said all out loud. So, thank you, and no doubt this is an important topic to discuss today, and it was interesting to hear some of the earlier speakers. And I really do thank you for the opportunity to come here today and join in what is an important debate and to bring the national parks perspective. But firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet, the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, and I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. I really would like to use this presentation as an opportunity to talk obviously about some of the issues that are pertinent to the theme today, but also to I guess frame some of the other things that we're doing in relation to our conservation and environmental activities. And I think that's really important to give a bit of perspective about what we're doing in parks. But before we do that, I might kick off by sharing with you the 60-second version of a video that was released recently on social media. Some of you may have seen our ad on TV or some of our billboards. Hopefully you did. But if not, you can jump onto social media. And I'm hoping that it's all lining up, yes, for the technology. This was a joint campaign that we've developed with Destination New South Wales, which focuses on our area of shared interest and advocacy and encouraging people to find their path. So finding their path has sort of become a bit of a new tagline for us in parks. And we're really proud of this ad, but I'll let you be the judge of it, if we can get it up and running. You want me to fill? Sorry, Phil, okay. All right. My next note said I'm very proud of the video you just saw, so I think I won't say that until you've got until you've seen it.
Like a journey. Experience the heights, the depths, the shimmering vastness of our vibrant, ancient land. And the immensity. So come and find it. These are areas of national parks, yours to explore.
Great, thank you. Yeah, we're really proud of that video. It's one of those sort of goosebump moments, I think, when with the music and really showing just how fabulous the parks are here in New South Wales. The research that we've conducted in parks shows that when it comes to natural experiences, we rank really low by across the nation. Tasmania, Queensland, Western Australia all rank higher when you go and ask people, which parts of the country have the most spectacular nature. We're really proud of what we have in New South Wales, and part of what this campaign is about is to highlight that when it comes to seeing some spectacular parts of nature, it's hard to beat New South Wales. I just want to say that in reading the Bushwalking New South Wales strategic plan, I was pleased to discover that many of our objectives align. And so although there are some contentious issues, and I appreciate that in relation to parks, I'm sure that as I go through the presentation, you'll see that there's a lot of areas where I trust that you'll see that we're doing some great work and some great work to promote bushwalking and some great work in the conservation area. This symposium raises some important and interesting questions about development in national parks, and it's an issue that benefits from healthy debate and review. Today, I'd like to provide some insight into what we're doing in our Great Walks and our visitor improvement program more generally, But first, I'd like to just give a little introduction about what we're doing in our other activities. Many of you would already know us as an organisation since 1967 that has had a long history in having conservation objectives. Today, we're a steward of 893 national parks and reserves across New South Wales, so we're almost at 900. And as Ms. Sharp said, we are almost at 10% of the state, about 9.5% of the state by land area. We cover more than 7.5 million hectares of land, and the estate is growing. In the last 4 years, we've added 600,000 hectares to the estate. A lot of that is high conservation value land, including important koala habitat and land in underrepresented regions. And one of our big focus areas in our acquisition program is to focus on unrepresented areas in the acquisition of high conservation value lands. So this is fundamentally still our core business as a National Parks Service. When these parks are gazetted, the acquisitions will represent about 8.4% of the national park estate. The national parks are home to about 85% of the state's threatened species, and it also represents one of its largest carbon stores. Our national parks represent over 40% of all forest carbon in New South Wales. We engage in important debates about how to mitigate biodiversity loss and to address climate change. And as many of you would know, Australia is globally significant for our biodiversity. We have more reptile species than any nation. We have the second highest number of endemic bird and mammal species, and the third highest number of endemic plant species anywhere in the world. But sadly, we are also the world leader in extinctions, which is why National Parks is committed to a significant and what I believe is a world-class conservation program. We've launched a zero extinctions policy and a framework to support that to protect our threatened species across all of our parks. We've tripled our feral animal control, and we've created 4 more feral predator-free areas, and we're progressively reintroducing locally extinct mammals. We factor climate change into all of our planning. At a state level, we're working towards being carbon positive by 2028, which is well ahead of most government agencies, if not all. And I'm proud to say that we are the first national parks agency in Australia to switch to using 100% renewable energy 3 years earlier than we planned. So we very much take, a key responsibility to be a leader in the community, a leader within government, to set the tone in terms of those environmental and climate change policies. We've introduced a new category called assets of intergenerational significance, with more than 200 sites that have been brought under higher levels of environmental and cultural care and protection. And 30% of our national parks are now under joint management with traditional custodians. And this figure will grow in the future. An announcement that was made recently that some of you may be aware is that we are now in the process of negotiating new joint management arrangements, which will, over the coming years, progressively see the entire National Parks estate moved to title with Aboriginal people. So if you think about it, you've got 10% of the state being national parks. The state government has just announced a process that will see 1 hectare in every 10 coming under Aboriginal joint management. And I think that's a very significant and very substantial announcement that will have incredible benefits for those Aboriginal communities going well into the future. We'll also continue to work with Aboriginal communities to learn new ways of managing the land, and our partnerships with Aboriginal people and our significant employment of Aboriginal people will be a feature of national parks going into the future. I'm sharing this with you because conservation and the act of protecting our natural and cultural heritage is our core work, and that hasn't changed. It underpins and it informs everything that we do. The other major component, which is now relevant to the conversation today, is our role in stewarding parks and dealing with the large number of people who wish to visit and enjoy these special places. From our school education programs, our visitor centres, our walking tracks, cultural tours, art installations, and increasingly, for younger people, digital experiences, A huge amount of work is going into helping people of all ages learn about and discover and appreciate the value of nature. The fact is, national parks are good for people and people are good for national parks. And we've heard from earlier speakers about the mental and physical benefits of spending time in nature, which are well documented. And this group only knows too well the profound positive effects of bushwalking. We know that people who have meaningful experiences in nature are more likely to care about and support conservation and protect our environment. And so developing ways of dealing with this growing visitation is one of the central challenges that we have at national parks. Fundamentally, we want people to arrive as visitors, but we want them to leave as conservationists. And in this way, we build a strong legacy of support and advocacy for our parks. And it's also true, you know, as Gary raised in his previous presentation, that the numbers of people who are coming to our parks is growing significantly. Those figures that he showed, the doubling of the almost, 60% increase of visitation just over the last decade. And that number is absolutely surging and growing since the pandemic, and people have rediscovered their national parks. And managing visitation is a really complex issue for us. On the one hand, we want people to come and enjoy national parks, but we need to ensure that that's being done in a way that is sensitive to the fundamental environment in which they are designed to protect. And we have an enormous range of community demands which are placed on us in our parks from all sorts of users, from trail bike riders to four-wheel drivers, walkers, picnickers, campers, horse riders, cavers, skiers, got to mention a minute ago, mountain bike riders, and even dog walkers in some parts of the state. And that's just to name a few. Just 2 weeks ago, some of you would have seen that a petition was submitted to the state parliament with 20,000 signatures supporting the expansion of trail bike riding in national parks and having those be able to operate off park. So you can sort of see that as a National Park Service, we have a broad range of people who have very strong and passionate views about what should happen in those parks. And our focus is about how do we achieve that conservation outcome, but yet get the right balance, which protects our environment, but within suitable boundaries supports recreational uses and the various competing demands. And at the heart of that, of course, is our plan of management system, where every park in the state has a plan of management, which is the central focus for how we manage the park. But importantly, it's where we consult with the community to develop the objectives and the permissible uses for that park. We respect that citizens have a right to use their parks and that they have a view on how they should operate. But one thing is for sure, there's almost as many views as there are visitors. Now, the new Great Walks program, it's not that new now probably, but one piece of the puzzle to managing this growing visitation. But as I'll touch on in a moment, and I'm conscious of my time here, it's not the only aspect of our strategies. But I will say a few words about those multi-day walks. Those multi-day walks give people a chance to immerse themselves in national parks for longer and develop a deep connection with nature. And as I mentioned earlier, when we're not well known for our natural experiences and natural environment, and we want to change that perception. Now, we're currently delivering a $450 million investment in visitor infrastructure. It's the largest investment in the history of national parks, but it's mostly, the majority of it is being spent on, not on those multi-day walks. The majority of it is being spent on an upgrade of 750 kilometres of walking tracks, upgrading more than 60 visitor precincts, upgrading 35 campgrounds. And the majority of this funding will improve and replace existing visitor facilities and walking tracks that all of the community and local communities are enjoying. In general, our experience is that building new infrastructure is less environmentally damaging than some of the older infrastructure that was there before. The new techniques, lifting some walks above the ground and so on, have a lot less impact on the environment. And so these infrastructure upgrades are fundamentally also about improving the environmental outcome. However, we are also developing 9 new Great Walks. These Great Walks are strategically spread across the state and are at various stages of development. But when we're developing those walks, we do have a number of principles that we apply. Some of these principles mirror what's in the Bushwalking New South Wales' draft development in national parks policy. So the first is meeting visitor demand and dealing with that large increase in visitation. Recognising that walking is now a major form of exercise, and I think one of our previous speakers made the point about how popular walking is, and there's no doubt that all of our research shows that the vast majority of people when they come to a park want to walk in that park. That's fundamentally why they're there. We're aiming to deliver sturdy and durable walking tracks that avoid environmentally sensitive areas, and importantly to disperse the crowds throughout New South Wales. And this is the challenge for us in dealing with large numbers of visitation. How do we disperse people to the less popular parks to enjoy the parts of the state that people have not been to previously? How do we channel more visitors to the landscape safely and sustainably? And how do we provide infrastructure that meets for the future population growth? And in the case of overnight walks, what's the best strategy for dealing with the overnight component of it? Where possible, we absolutely prioritise off-park accommodation, which is part of the economic boost that goes to those local businesses. But in some more remote locations, that's just not possible. And so we need to upgrade existing campsites, or build new campgrounds, or introduce low-cost camping options, or hiker huts and the like. Where we do have to do those developments, we aim to do it in already disturbed sites and therefore limit the environmental impact. We are not building high-end resorts or lodges, and we're not going down the path that some states are going. Where possible, though, we do aim to give people a choice, and we do aim to allow people to access those walks and pay for services on those walks. But one of our philosophies is that those walks will always be free for those who want to do those walks, free with alternative camping and other options available to them. But for those who want to pay extra, there will be the option for local tour operators, and where possible, partnerships with Aboriginal tour groups or Aboriginal people to provide services to those people. And I think I'm about to get the wrap up, so I'll go very, very fast through the others. Our second principle is about accessibility. We're just about to launch our accessible parks strategy, and that's very much about every citizen of the state, irrespective of their level of fitness, irrespective of their level of ability, being able to access parks. It's about getting young people off the couch and getting outside, getting families to come and have a great day out, and allowing our old Australians to stay active on parks. And particularly people with disabilities and mobility challenges feeling welcome and finding their path in relation to enjoying our national parks. And we build our accessible principles into our infrastructure to the extent we can. Obviously, the terrain and other factors mean we can't deliver a one-size-fits-all, and we don't try and do a one-size-fits-all. We deliver the right solutions that are appropriate for the relevant park. The other principle is about enhancing cultural understanding. And a key part of what we want to do, as I mentioned earlier, is partner with Aboriginal people. And just today, in fact, you'll see that there's a press release that's gone out about the Great Southern Walk seeking Aboriginal partners, if possible, to come and help us in the delivery of that walk. Number 4, visitor safety goes without saying, so I won't say a lot about that, but it's absolutely central to what we do. We think about how we're building things to make sure that they're safe. And number 5, that the bogey in the room, the economic benefits that arise in terms of the walks that are provided. And there's no doubt that we've played a key role in parks in helping in the economic recovery post-COVID, post-bushfires. In many small towns, once you go below about 6,000 people, the park is the main game in town in terms of tourism. And in parts of the state where the parks are shut or the experiences are shut, you'll see local businesses getting really concerned and raising concerns. The controversial issues of the Wollumban Walk, the closures of so many precincts after the fires, and so on, are all testament when local communities have come to realise just how valuable the park is to their economic performance and their existence. So even if those people in those towns aren't out using the park, they're absolutely beneficiaries of it. So finally, I'll wrap up. I'll skip. I had a few case studies, but I don't think I've got time for those. What I'll just finish with is to say that importantly, everything that we do is about delivering within the Parks Act, delivering things that are bound by environmentally sustainable principles, and importantly, making sure that our parks can be enjoyed into the future. We take a precautionary approach, and importantly, we have a significant consultation approach. We go well beyond what we're required to do in terms of the environmental reviews and processes, including consultation. We have regional advisory committees. We have specific reference groups for particular projects. We go through all of the various REF and other processes, development processes, and at every step of the way there's consultation, because at the end of the day we recognise that that's important to get that balance right that I'm talking about. Over the last couple of years, we've delivered hundreds of environmental impact assessments, and only 1/3 of these were required by legislation. So coming here today is part of wanting to continue and expand an ongoing dialogue about how best to use the national parks. I know there's a range of views. I've heard some of those views this morning. They're all important views to help us shape the way that we can make New South Wales a world-class bushwalking destination. I see in Bushwalking New South Wales a strategic plan, an ideal of 500 kilometres of new walking tracks in 5 years. And I'm pleased that with some of the plans that we've got underway, we'll be delivering about 128 kilometres of new track and about 350 kilometres of existing track. So while it's not quite 500 kilometres of new track, we're certainly doing our bit to improve the experience for bushwalkers. Our Great Walks use only a small footprint of the national park, and they'll deliver profound experiences in nature for a broader group of people. As a steward of New South Wales National Parks, our promise is to keep providing opportunities for people to interact with and walk in nature, while ensuring we all tread softly in these unique and precious places. Thank you.
And Andrew's joining us for a panel discussion. No, yeah, as a public servant, he can't accept, but we'll be putting that into the raffle for later on. So I won't take questions now because we'll have the panel and we'll get Andrew back onto that panel. I'm going to call up the next speaker, which is Mark Norrick, who I've had the privilege of knowing for quite a few years. Mark, Life's an Adventure is his company. He's the director of this company and was born and bred in Tassie, which I spent a hell of a long time in as well, and has a passion for hiking ever since he was president of his high school bushwalking club. Mark started walking with his wife, Vicky, to get her to walk more often. He would add the finer things in life to the walk. I don't know whether I want to know what they are. And foot bars. Oh, there we go. Foot bars, bottles of wine, and favourite liqueurs. Okay, when am I coming? This translated some 16 years ago into starting a business called Life's an Adventure, where the goal is to make every walk more enjoyable experience for all and taking heavy packs out of the equation. Hence, adding to the tagline, a pack-free walking experience. Please welcome Mark.
Well, thank you very much. And I really wanted to say thanks to Bushwalking New South Wales for the honour of speaking here today. So, yeah, thanks for the intro, Laurie. Much appreciated. Yeah, it is a bit of a passion. And I suppose today I'm airing out some personal, I've never really spoken about this publicly, but some of my experiences with governments and national parks and the bullying that's occurred over the past 10 years. And I suppose I just for you to understand my business, I believe my business is a very sustainable method and approach to bushwalking commercially throughout Australia and now the world. I'm very proud. I'm probably the biggest operator throughout Australia with 95 walks that are sustainably carried out in each park. We are a pack-free walking company. So we pride ourselves, and we only do walks that you don't have to carry a big pack, and we use local accommodation, and we use local restaurants and third-party activities to make the tour. I suppose next slide. Yeah, that'd be great. Just one at a time. Oh, okay. The next one. Yeah. Oh, cool. Okay. I'll go back. Bay of Fires. It all sort of started when, I took on, I first started in New South Wales doing walking tours in the Blue Mountains and all around, and kayaking and mountain biking. Lots of fun. But I first actually took on my first interstate walk on the Bay of Fires. And lucky enough, I went with my best friend. I'm from Tasmania, went and did a walk with my mate, and we actually walked the Bay of Fires with heavy packs and walked the whole 40 kilometres and had a real ball doing it. Bearing our camping gear and all that sort of stuff, because we wanted to have a couple of wines and enjoy ourselves for the whole time. And I decided we might do a walking tour in the Bay of Fires. Little did I know I was taking on a major big operation that had the Bay of Fires walking lodge there as well. And they consist of a number of huts along the way in a national park and a major lodge in the park. But I took on this walk, and I thought we can do the same walk, but we can camp and ferry the bags and all the guests' gear along the way. And so we developed this walk, and it turned out to be really successful, and at probably a fifth of the cost of the Bay of Fires Lodge walk. So that was the start of my business, and it was really good. But I believed it was a sustainable way. And so we camped 2 nights, and it was really hard work putting up tents, and I did it all. And we had a guide, and we walked it all, and it was great. And then it turned out to be so successful that I actually bought a block of land in Anson's Bay, which there was a house there, 300 grand, and put a lodge there, and actually now still run 300-400 people per year on this lodge walk. So I actually bought a block of land available to anybody, went to council, changed the use, and I didn't have to go to national parks. I didn't have to go to the government. I didn't have to put pressure on national parks to give away the crown jewels. So there is opportunities throughout Australia to, as an operator, to go and buy land, 300 grand, that's all it was, and still do the same tour. I didn't have to bastardize and rape a national park. And I'm absolutely disgusted that governments out there are allowing people to rape and pillage our national parks. And this is a prime example where I've still got to walk here. I've bought the land. I didn't have to put infrastructure on a national park and then get the benefits of all that. And I still have a sustainable walk where I use a local operator to do a eco cruise. I still use local restaurants around the place and meals and things, and I support the local community there. I don't bring in my own infrastructure. So that's a passionate one for me, and that's where I suppose 15 years ago, I started getting bullied from the government, state government in that state, and operators there on a number of levels. So don't walk, you can't walk along this part of the beach because we have a lodge there. These sort of discussions, and consistently every season I get bullied, and I'm an operator just like they are, but yeah, anyway, I won't keep on going. Next slide. I've also got to walk on, no, that's too far. The 3 Capes, if you could go back, maybe. Sorry, I should be doing this, shouldn't I? Yeah, there it is. This is a really quite an amazing walk. The 3 Capes is probably the most popular in Australia. And again, Tasmania government, which I think is fantastic. The government put in a walk, the Three Capes track. Great. It's for kids, families, people to get into the park, but they sold off the lodge. And there's over, 3 campsites to a commercial operator in this park with over 50 buildings in the park too, and they've sold it off to a commercial operator. And so I'm upset that someone's been given a extra, a commercial entity has been given this opportunity to put in a walk. And here I am. I actually got another walk there that does very, very well. And this is where I've been consistently bullied, from AdWords to marketing to the use of the name, all this sort of stuff that goes on. And I have the walk here. I do at Stewart Bay Lodge, so I support a local hotel. We go to 2 different restaurants in the area. We buy all our food from local cafes. We use the cruise people around the place, and we use a helicopter people. So I believe I've got a much more sustainable product than someone that's putting in all the infrastructure that could sell it off to an international group one day. So I have in fact, I have a major fight with the government over this, and the use of the word Three Capes walk and all the rest of it is it's just crazy. So there's 2 fights I have with commercial operators that have been given an extra hand. I'll go to the next one. I'm going backwards. Light to light. This is maybe another. I'm very concerned, and I'm glad that the Shadow Minister and Parks is here today. And I was happy to hear that Parks did say they wouldn't be putting commercialisation into this area, but I will see it when I believe it. We now have a walk in the Light to Light. We've had a walk there for 5-6 years. We've been running a guided walk in this area 3 days, using the Seahorse Inn and going in and out of the park every day. We don't believe we should put infrastructure in the park to do it. And in fact, I've got a very, very good walk. It's really upmarket, but the guests walk. They get transferred back. They have lovely meals. They have baths and showers and all this sort of stuff, the Seahorse Inn, and transfer every day. So there's already an operator like myself, and I'm speaking on behalf of a number of companies that are a bit like me as well. Oswalk, Park Trek used to be like this. So can I go on to the next one? You're here, Laurie. You're hurrying me up. I've gone too far. Same story, Kangaroo Island. There's a proposal there for 70, another, this is the same person, by the way. He's got an interest there to put in 70 huts throughout Kangaroo Island. I've already had a tour there for 5 years, using local infrastructure on private land, using restaurants. Okay, so I'm just highlighting a number of battle points throughout the country where people are trying to put infrastructure into a national park. So I believe it's an unfair advantage. I've already, I suppose, talked about that we believe we're sustainable. We use local restaurants, we use local accommodation. As I've said to you already, if there is ample opportunities to buy private land near these parks and put in your own infrastructure. You don't need to go into a park. And am I going forward or backward? So we use third parties. I've already sort of covered that. So what I'm really worried about is national parks losing their direction. And I really do hope, it's great to hear that they want to be there for everybody, but you can't be there for the big end of town. And really, I already organise many tours around Australia that are to the big end of town, and we don't need to go into a national park. We don't need to bastardise it. We don't need to put in those things. Why they're doing that is they want their foot in there and then sell it one day to the highest bidder, because what you're giving away is the crown jewels and the opportunity to one person, and it's disgraceful. I think it's very unmoral, and it really does upset me a lot. So, and it's only to one operator, and I really do hope parks, even in New South Wales, when they deal with commercial operators and Indigenous people, I've seen it. I've seen some success stories with Indigenous groups, and I've seen a lot of money-hungry Aboriginal corporations that are only interested in the money. And so I really think that's a very dangerous place to go for parks to do deals with some of these Aboriginal corporations. Some can be great for the benefit of the land, but once they get involved in the commercialisation of a park, it could be very ugly and not good. And it's the same old thing as some of these other people. I'd like to see, and I was very, very upset with some of the development that did occur in national parks in New South Wales, where they concentrated on the high end of town. And I'm all for parks going in and putting in campsites, so kids, families can go in and do a walk and do it in a set area, and it's controlled. Great. I'm happy for them to put in cabin infrastructure that is for the low end of town, and it's run by parks, and so everybody can use that, and it's easy. It's cheap option, $10 a night. Those sort of budget accommodation, great. But when they start getting cute and putting in big infrastructure, high end of town, it's the elite part of people, and it's very ugly. And they leverage this opportunity, and they bash the other little boys around. And I'm sick of it. I've been bashed, I've been bullied, and I've had enough. So be careful what you do. I think there's enough people out there like myself and other companies that honour and protect national parks. We don't want to go in there. We only want to go in there for a day. We don't want to go and stay overnight, because it's a national park. It's there for everybody. So I just like to, I suppose, say to national parks in New South Wales, I want you to be a government for everyone, for the little people, for everybody to use the park, but not become a competitor. All right? You're not very good at running business, and get out of it. Let other people that do run businesses run them, but be there for everybody. And yeah, that's all, I suppose. But thanks for putting up with my emotional pitch. Thank you.
Awesome. Alvin, could you bring a gift over for Mark? And I'm going to ask the last, so Andy Macqueen, Gary Dunnett's online, Andrew Nichols to come forward, and Mark to stay up here. Mark, if you can join us on the panel as well, that would be great. I think there's no question as to where Mark's position is on this topic, but thanks, Andrew. So I wanted to obviously open up to questions, but I thought I'd start just with one question and then open it up. But what is the perfect balance between niche tourism experiences and the natural environment protection in our parks? And I might start with you if you could answer that question.
Well, I think the talk we've just heard probably says it in a way. I think the perfect balance is to keep as much as we can major infrastructure, especially commercial infrastructure, out of the park. I think that's the short answer as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, great. Can you pass the microphone across? Thank you, Andrew.
Sure. I think there's there's not a one size fits all. And so, you know, when what one person's niche tourism is another person's, you know, sort of commercial development. So one of the challenges I guess that we see is getting that balance right. We're certainly not out building, you know, sort of big lodges and the sorts of things, you know, that you see on Three Capes and so on. But there is a need to provide a range of choices for people. I absolutely agree with you. We're not always best placed to do the points you were making, Mark, about actually doing the delivery. And certainly in parks, our aim has always been to partner with tour operators, local tour operators, and so on. And where we can avoid those sort of exclusive arrangements, because it's actually about driving local benefits. We do have some leases and licenses on park though that are exclusive because of the nature of the service. It makes sense that only one provider provides those services, whether that's cafes or, you know, the local kayak operator or somebody like that, where it sort of doesn't pay to have lots of operators. But you'll see that on a number of our walks we have already tour operators that assist with walks, and we will have more than one where we can. So I think there's absolutely no doubt that there is a role for having commercial operators and tour operators. The reason we invest in these new infrastructures is to drive those economic benefits as much as the experience. And you don't get those benefits if you're then cutting out the people who are in those local communities who are actually part of that. So, but it is about getting the balance right, because whenever we put out a call for an expression of interest for people to come and help us with that, then we also get accused of commercialising and opening it up. So it's a really challenging balance for us as you know, the stewards of the park system to get that right. I think we're mostly getting it right, but I think in places, you know, there's obviously an active debate in some specific precincts in some specific areas. And, you know, that's why we come to forums like this. That's why we engage in our consultation processes and so on, to try and get those community views and help shape it and get it right. But we'll always have people who'll be on either side of the debate in terms of, you know, have we gone too far one way or the other?
Great. Thank you, Andrew. Mark?
Yeah, I suppose I've been asked many a times from other PR people how they should progress in other states. And for example, I really feel sorry for the local communities in some of these areas where if a park or a government body puts in an accommodation, then the accommodation of that area misses out on all that visitation. And they really do, you know, need that local, you know, the Seahorse Inn, all those businesses around there will benefit. And government's really there for the local people, the local restaurants, the local accommodation. I've just think of now of some of the operators that we work with, the Waratah Cafe, they produce a mushroom soup. They really put a lot of passion into their local area. And so that creativity and localism is lost when you do miss out on that. So I'd like to see a more sustainable approach to the local communities.
Great, thank you. And Gary, I know you're online. Would you like to unmute and respond to that question?
Sure. Look, I think one of the things we need to do is add a level of nuance to the way we think about commercial operators and national parks across the country. There's a huge difference between the sort of light touch that operators such as Mark have, where they're doing most of the bits of a 24-hour cycle that require municipal services are happening offsite, and really it's just about footprints in the park. Let's compare that situation with one where you have lessees who've been issued extraordinarily long-term leases. So, you know, something like the North Head Quarantine Station in Sydney Harbour National Park, a 45-year lease with provision for extension. Those situations are setting up an entirely different set of drivers for the people who are involved in those commercial operations, which is really about generating and maximising their economic return. And all of the environmental values of the park become a constraint in that circumstance. They don't go front and centre as the values that they're trying to protect. So I think we do really need to be careful. And I got to say, I think at least in the New South Wales context, we've also got a bit of a blind spot in terms of what's happening down in Kosciuszko National Park. We're all talking about terribly light touch, but as I explained in that case study I presented, we're adding thousands of overnight accommodation beds into an existing national park on the hope that future DA processes, future environmental impact assessment will make sure that nothing goes wrong. I don't think we can take that risk. What is the point of expanding our reserve system in terms of 30 by 30 goals if we can't protect the places we already have?
Great. Thank you, Gary. Can I ask for questions from the floor? And please make sure you have the mic in front of you before you speak.
John Suter from Shoalhaven Bushwalkers. Wanted to ask Andrew Nichols a question. You said one of the guiding principles is that walks be available free of charge to those who wish to do them that way. And I'd like to know how that squares up with, say, the Green Gully track experience, where you cannot do that unless you're staying in huts, and those huts have doubled their prices in recent times.
Thank you.
Yeah, Green Gully, I think, is absolutely the exception to that policy. It has some history in terms of when the accommodation on that walk was converted. It's certainly out of step with the direction that we're taking with our walks, and I'm glad you raised that, because it is the exception to the rule, but it's not. It's certainly not the direction that we're taking with other walks. Our aim is to ensure that we have the widest possible choice for people to access it. So I don't have an easy answer on that one, but that one, you're absolutely right to call that out as an exception to our philosophy as to where we're going.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew, Brian Everingham. I'll be going through some of this later on myself today, but a reminder that the only reason by the Act for provision of any recreational facility, translate that as most commercial ones, is by the terms of the objects of your Act to encourage the appreciation of nature. I have yet to see any evidence that that has been put in place, either by way of planning for the recreational activities that are being set up, or for monitoring the effect of any of those for the terms of the Act.
I'm not sure I agree, but I'm happy to take it as a comment, as they say. Yeah, no, I understand what the Act's provisions are. We engage obviously in a highly consultative process in terms of ensuring our plans of management are consistent with the Act, and whenever we engage in any kind of activity on the park, infrastructure development, etc., we ensure all appropriate processes, a review of environmental factors, all of those sorts of things, plus for larger infrastructure, ensuring we have reference groups and so on. So our aim is to absolutely engage with communities, but our Act is the centre of what we do, and our conservation activities is prime in that. But we do need to get the balance and recognise that access to parks and people being able to experience and enjoy nature is also part of our legislative remit. So we aim to get that balance right. People will absolutely have views about whether we get that right or not. But we certainly put that at the centre of our planning and our thinking when we're developing anything new on our national parks.
I'm just looking at some of the comments online, and thank you so much for responding to that, Andrew. And I think there's probably some confusion out there, or maybe if you can help us understand a little bit more about the leasing situation when it comes to some of these commercial entities. If you could just give us a bit of an overview.
Sure. So that's why I suppose I said a minute ago that it is a little bit case by case. There isn't a one size fits all. So there's not a standard policy response to every situation, and we need to look at it on its individual case merits. So Gary mentioned Q Station as an example. Q Station's a hotel. Where to Mark's point, we're terrible at running hotels. I'm also the administrator of Jenolan Cave, so if somebody wants to buy a hotel from me, I'm very open to offers. We aren't well placed to run those kind of services, and we don't want to. But to get somebody to run a hotel, you need to give them a lease that's got enough lead time to make it worth the investment in their time and hiring staff and doing all those sorts of things to run it. Some of the facilities that we inherit in parks are, have these historic venues on them, and we need to ensure that they're being used appropriately. It was raised earlier about the ski fields, and there's some history around how they've risen. We absolutely don't want to be in the business of running ski resorts and ski services, and those things again ought to be run by private sector operators. You can have a debate about whether or not those things should or shouldn't be on park, or whether they're excessive or not. And I'm not going to sort of go into that territory, but clearly, we have a number of long-term lease arrangements there as well, similar to the Q Station. And then we have sort of, I guess, medium-term leases for some of the local type facilities that you might have at an individual park, for cafes and kiosks and some of the recreational providers that are on those parks. And again, they're not the big long-term leases like you see in, so maybe a hotel, but certainly you need to give a business a reasonable term so that they can invest in that business and deliver a great service. What we're really trying to do is, with our leases and licenses, is to see it very much as a partnership, to see that those services on park are an adjunct to the experience that somebody has when they come to a park. It's all part of the experience. When they come into the park, if they go on a walk, they stop at a cafe, they have a guided tour or whatever. It's all part of the experience. But to Mark's earlier point, we aren't always best placed to provide that, nor do we want to. And so hence we have a system of leases and licenses that enable us to do that. We strike the right length of lease depending on that circumstance. And we also license a number of tour operators to come and provide services, again, where they're far better at it than ourselves, but we license them in ways to make sure that, our values align, and that we're all working in a collaborative approach. So, really where we're trying to get to is seeing all of these people, even the Q Station management, even the ski field management, as people that we need to partner, because they are critical to delivering the environmental outcomes and getting that balance right.
Wonderful. Now, is there another question? Yep. Sorry. It's on. It's on.
Oh, hello. My name's Denise Browse, and I just have a general concern as a member of the public and sometimes bushwalker over many years, about what Gary Dunnett said before about the Department of Planning in New South Wales opening up, conservation areas and areas in general for, I presume, what they're doing in other places around the state, development. And I think that's a real concern, and I'm deeply worried about it, because if it starts to happen in national park, in the national parks, it has implications for everyone, doesn't it?
Would someone like
I live south of Wollongong, and I've lived there for most of my life, and I've seen it go from a pretty quiet place to the city of Wollongong, and now being, it's high-rise central, really. And, I just can't believe the change in such a short amount of time, probably the last 10, 15 years.
Yep.
And, if they're going to allow that in national parks, that's a great concern. It should be for everyone.
Great. Can I ask the whole panel to respond to that?
Just a quick anecdote, really. I was walking the South Coast track in Tasmania a few years ago, and I've done it quite a few times in my life, but most recently I was there, and it was trudging through mud, as you do on the South Coast track, as many people would know. but I bumped into some young German tourists, backpackers, who were walking the South Coast Track, and we sat down in the same spot to have a rest. And at the time, it was the start of the discussion about developing the South Coast Track with commercial huts and having a major upgrade, and that's still on the agenda, I have to say. Anyway, so I asked them, well, you know, this is in the wind, a big upgrade here, and you know, there'll be major commercial huts and so on, and track upgrades that would go with it, of course. And what do you think of that? And they thought about it for a bit, and they say they like it as it is. And they said, you know, we come from Europe, and Europe's full of, you know, development, commercial facilities and what have you. Maybe Europe is more spectacular than it is down here, they said, but we like this. They didn't use the word wilderness, but they liked it as it was.
So I'm not sure if you were referring to the specific legislation that maybe Gary mentioned that's gone through this week. Probably I'm not really well placed to respond to that as a public servant. I mean, it was legislation introduced by the government, but just, I guess, so I'm not here to kind of advocate or to present the argument for or against it. I'll give you some context for it. The government is establishing an authority that will help deal with the consequences of the increasing propensity to have natural disasters. And as we're seeing the impact of climate change and things like that, you know, we, as a community, you know, the way we have been living, you know, is not sustainable with, you know, developments on floodplains and things like that. So the government has introduced legislation to create a new authority. And it's really a reconstruction authority to help, you know, rebuild towns that have been decimated by natural disasters and so on. The government, in putting that legislation out, isn't, I think, deliberately targeting protected areas. I'm not saying that this is something that we have to target. It has broad sweeping powers. You know, the concern that has been raised, the concern that was raised by a number of people in the Parliament during the debate in the last week was about the potential for impacts on protected lands, and the legislation as it's gone through has those powers in place. But they are merely a head of power, as the lawyers would describe it. That is, it's a reserve power that could be used, but it doesn't immediately result in impacts on protected lands, you know, sort of right now. But as I say, I'm not here to sort of speak for the planning minister or his department as a public servant, but I just thought I'd give you the context of what the government was trying to achieve there. I'll leave it as a matter for an opinion amongst yourselves as to whether or not you sort of look at that legislation and have a view about it.
Thank you, Andrew. And Mark? Yeah,
No,
you're okay.
Comment.
Okay, wonderful. We've got a question up the back of the room, and there is a few coming through the chat, but I'm hoping that we've addressed some of that context as we've gone.
Hi, thanks. Look, John Pearce is mine. It's all right, Andrew, this might be targeted. I read this discussion is about this notion of accessibility and this kind of framed in terms of needing to come to some sort of balance. And of course, at least in my experience, balance is in the eye of the beholder. What we're not hearing is the legitimacy of a view that accessibility, in some cases, can only come through accumulating a necessary experience, skill, dare I say it, physical capacity. And it's the accumulation of those qualities that allow that accessibility that provides the reward. And that's quite a different perspective from we should make things as easy as possible for people to get access. And that perhaps some of the discussion about making access easier mightn't cause the same degree of, let's say, angst and suspicion if there was an equal recognition of the legitimacy that there's a price to be paid in terms of one's personal capacities and skills and experience, also in that accessibility discussion.
Yeah, well said, well said. I think that puts another lens over everything we're discussing today. Would anyone like to respond to that comment? Gary, you're more than welcome to also respond, of course.
Look, I mean, I guess what I would say, I think it is actually extraordinarily important, but it's also quite subtle. I mean, you know, part of my my experience is a quarter century as a park manager, including some of those metro high visitation reserves. And if I think back to the last few decades on a site like the coastal track through Royal National Park, what we saw over decade after decade was attempting track construction techniques that, to be blunt, just didn't work. They didn't stand the test of time, and that track became quite an arduous experience. You know, it was essentially a 2-day walk to get from end to end. The advent of the raised boardwalks has both hugely reduced the environmental impact, but you go out there now and there's sort of 70 and 80-year-olds on Zimmer frames walking out to the balconies in Royal National Park to watch the whales during the year. So there are genuine solutions that I think we should actually applaud the government for. The right tracks in the right place for that right audience. But where I'm concerned in this debate is not those laudable efforts to improve accessibility across the board, but it's a level of expenditure that's going to a niche that doesn't actually seem to have anything to do with the stated objectives of this program. This isn't about broadening the base, it's about some very specific, targeted, high value customers. And that's where we've got the issue. And unfortunately, where a track such as that one in Royal is actually reducing environmental impact, there is no argument that says introducing new accommodation into these parks isn't in fact a fresh new impact, you know, especially when you think about the human services that go with them. So I think we're well short of the balance in New South Wales, and unfortunately that's a bit of a national picture at the moment.
Thank you, Gary. You want to respond,
Andrew? If I can just, I suppose, echo some of Gary's comments there. Absolutely. Accessibility is an important thing that we're doing. We have a improving accessibility program with a substantial amount of funding. I don't have the dollars in front of me right now, which is all about those sorts of things where we're, you know, giving access to people, fantastic lookouts. The terrain of national parks will always naturally mean that we can only do so much. And it's one of the central challenges we find, you know, as public servants who are committed to ensuring that everyone in the community who pays their taxes can get out and enjoy nature and do their bit. But what we're aiming to do is build those accessibility principles into everything that we do. Even in the longer term walks, the multi-day walks, it's ensuring that we have parts of those tracks that people can come in and out of and do that in an accessible way. I think it's not an either or proposition. When we look at the $450 million that we're spending right now on infrastructure, well more than half of that is not on, you know, the multi-day walks. It is on the accessibility improvements. It is on the upgrades to the tracks, the raising of the tracks that Gary's talking about. It's actually the majority of what we're doing. You know, it's kind of the iceberg. Those great walks, as they're called, and some specific precincts in those walks are obviously the touch points for some of the concerns in the community and the debate that's being had. But it's actually the amount that's going on under the iceberg that isn't the ribbon cutting stuff. It's not the stuff that you'd see. It's the new toilet block that's now accessible for people, you know, in wheelchairs, that sort of thing, which don't get the headlines, but we're delivering those sort of day in, day out as part of our infrastructure program. So I'll leave others to have the debate about, you know, high-end users, but it's absolutely a central part of what we do in parks to ensure that we're providing services the broadest people as we can. And again, it's case by case.
Wonderful. Thank you, Andrew. And I will just finish on one quick question. I don't want to put you in the fire zone with this question, but it was raised by Gary earlier in the fact that do we have enough money to sustain and maintain our current resources?
Gosh, I feel like I've got the target on me today.
Sorry.
I do love your work, though, by the way, in the Bushwalking New South Wales. Look, as a public servant, I'm always looking for opportunities to secure more funding. And when Gary was making his comments about supporting us on some of our unfunded, infrastructure renewal liabilities and so on, I thought I'd bring him with me to the Treasury room and have that conversation. There's always more that we can do, and there's always more that we can, sort of improve on. And so the challenge when you're in government, in any government agency for that matter, is often questions like, could we do with more money? Well, yeah, could police do with more money? Could child welfare do with more money? Could hospitals do with more money? The short answer is always yes, right? You always can do more with more resources. And there's no doubt that, from a parks point of view, we can see the huge benefit that we're delivering to communities, to people in New South Wales, and we want to do more with that. But having said that, we're in a pretty good shape at the moment. Our budget this year is just about $1 billion. We've just about 13 million shy. That's the largest budget that we've had. And our staff now is over 2,000 in number. That's the highest we've ever had. And so it's easy to cry poor, when you're a government agency. But there are, when you actually look at the facts, there's been a substantial investment in parks over this last few years. And there's always more we could do. There are always funding for some specific precincts that we don't have enough money. I would look at a list of projects right now where I would love to have some additional funding. So I don't think the right way of asking the question is, do you have enough resources? Because, I don't think that's the question. Do we have enough resources to deliver on what the Act requires? I think for the most part we do. And we are at a point where we've got, the highest resourcing that we've ever had in our history. But could we do more with more? Absolutely.
Wonderful. Look, in the interest of time, I do want to wrap it up and we'll go to lunch on that note. But all of the comments that are in the chat will come through in a text file once we close this session, and that will be shared with our partners at National Parks and Wildlife, and to Andrew and his team. But can I thank all of our panelists and our speakers today, and particularly, Andrew, you have been put in the firing line. We understand that. And as a government employee, as I have been in the past, it is very difficult to come into these sorts of environments, but we really appreciate you being here and being part of that conversation. Thank you
very much.
Guys, as we said, this is the start of a conversation. It's not the end by any means. So the fact that we actually have so many representatives here today is a great testament to where this conversation can then go to. So on that note, everyone at home, can you please go grab some sustenance, stand up, walk around? And for those here, we now have lunch, which is through the doors. And I will ask you to be back in the room at 1:34 and 26 seconds this time. Thank you, everyone. On that note, we're going to go back into the rest of the afternoon. So we have Ali Chauvenet online. Ali, are you there?
I am, yes.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, Ali is a university researcher, so she's going to bring a different perspective and another lens in which we can look at our discussion today. So quickly, Ali holds a PhD in ecology from Imperial College London. Her research aims to help protect biodiversity from global environmental threats, such as land clearing and climate change. Using a combination of ecology, mathematics, and computer simulations, she is particularly interested in nature reserves such as national parks as a conservation tool. A brain the size of a planet, Ali. Can you please come in and tell us all about what you're up to and address our audience?
Thank you. And I'll try sharing my screen. Let me know if that works. All right. Excellent. Ooh. I'm assuming you can see my screen, but shout if you can't. All right. And not just any screen, one that shows a PowerPoint presentation that is entitled "The Hidden Mental Health Cost of the Privatization of Parks." And I reckon it's a little bit ironic that I'm showing a picture of this business building as the background of my talk. Griffith University doesn't have many PowerPoint templates with actual nature, unfortunately. All right, and thank you so much for inviting me. And so I'm going to be talking about something maybe you haven't thought about, which is mental health and going to parks. So maybe you have, but this is research we've been conducting in the last few years. I am going to start by acknowledging the people who are the traditional custodians of the land that I'm on, which are the Kumpameri people. I would like to pay my respect to the elders, past and present, and extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. And I will also start with giving you 3 take-home messages from this talk. So if I lose you halfway through because, you know, mental health, I don't know, here are what I want you to remember from this talk. First of all, without parks, we could double the cost of mental health care in Australia. They are super important. The privatization of parks is likely to increase the gap between those who do and don't go to parks already, because there is a link to socioeconomic factors, and I'm going to be telling you a bit more about this as well. And finally, there's a missed opportunity for leveraging funding via these mental health benefits that we get for parks, but this needs to be inclusive and equitable. As you are mostly, just like me, not mental health professionals, as I am a conservation scientist by training and interest, I just going to give you a little primer on mental ill health because I'm going to be talking about it. The broad term mental ill health is often used as an umbrella term that includes mental illness that have been diagnosed and that are being treated, and these will occur with varying degrees of severity. For example, depression, anxiety, personality disorders, schizophrenia. They tend to be long-lasting, maybe a lifetime worth of this condition. And then we also have mental health problems, which will affect a person in similar ways than mental illness. But those problems might occur as a result of life stressors, and they might be acute or less severe or shorter duration. So when I say mental illness, mental ill health, I actually mean both of these things. And mental ill health is both expensive and pervasive. We know that about 1 in 5 Australians are currently suffering from mental ill health at any time. And in our lifetime, 1 in 2 of us will experience mental health issues. That's actually pretty comparable worldwide. And we know that this has increased through the last few years with COVID. Some people with mental ill health are going to seek treatment, like going to therapy, going to the hospital, getting medication. And that's worth about $10 billion in Australia at the moment per year. But a lot of the cost of mental ill health is not captured in that figure. Things like loss of productivity at work, antisocial behavior, not seeking treatment, unpaid caring duties. I'm going back to nature, like, why is she talking about mental health? Here is me coming back to the point about nature. We know that being in nature is good for our health. There's plenty of research on that. And in fact, every time I talk about this research to anyone, they know it intrinsically, deeply, that being in nature is good for us. There's physical health-related benefits, such as lower blood pressure, lower heart rate, muscle tension, lower the production of stress hormones. There's also some mental health-related benefits, of course, like improved attention, cognition, better sleep, stress recovery. And these are found across many demographic and socioeconomic population sectors. These benefits are quite widely felt. But how much is this free contribution worth to society? I'm talking into an audience of parks people. So you know that there's more than 11,000 parks in Australia, protected areas in Australia. And we even have up to 90% of our terrestrial realm under protection and 40% of our marine realm. So Australia really punches really high in terms of the coverage of protected areas of parks. So we did a survey. To understand the mental health benefits of parks in Australia. Sorry, you can see all of this, I assume. We surveyed 20,000 people in Queensland and Victoria. And if you're wondering why Queensland and Victoria, this is purely a funding thing. Queensland and Victoria, the park agencies at the time, put in some funding, some cash to do this research. So this is where we collected the data. It's most likely quite comparable everywhere, to be honest. And I'd love to do more. This is my last slide. We'll get there. 20,000 people in Queensland and Victoria, and we asked them many questions. It was a big survey. But in particular, we asked them about their use of national parks in the last 12 months, but also over their lifetime. A lot of demographic, socioeconomic variables like age, sex, marital status, employment, education, physical health, things we know already impact your mental health, okay, without thinking about going into nature. Productivity measures like presenteeism, and some mental health measures using your well-known psychometric tests. If you've ever been to a psychologist, you'll have to fill out those. They look like, in the last week, how often have you felt anxious? Or how often have you felt nervous energy? These are your typical psychometric tests. They are widely used all around the world, and they are used by psychologists to measure the mental health status of their patients. So we also use those in this survey. And one of these measures is called your personal well-being index, which is a standard measure of quality of life. Key results are that, first of all, parks are worth a lot of money via your mental health services because they improve your well-being. We found that parks currently contribute $100 billion Australian dollars worth of free mental health services in Australia. In other words, that's about 5,000 Australian dollars per person per year. That is not insignificant. If you extrapolate this to the world, it's equivalent to about $6 trillion per year worldwide. This was our first high impact results. And this is based on this personal well-being or quality of life measure. I have a little graph that is kind of your main result, but I'm going to walk you through this because it might not be as intuitive as I would like it to be. What you're looking at here on the y-axis is your percent improvement in PWI or personal well-being or quality of life. Okay, so it's a change. It's an in-person change in your mental health, your well-being, as a function of how many times you've been to parks in the last 12 months. The colors represent the number, so it goes from 0 because some people never go to parks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then it compresses. It goes all the way to 52, which is once a week, of course. And there's a third dimension to this graph, which is the width of the bar here, which represents the percentage of people who visited the parks in the last 12 months, that time. So about 30% never went in the last 12 months, about 20 or so percent went once, and so on and so forth. What it is showing you is the increase in your improvement in mental health, your improvement in personal well-being as you go more often, and you also see that it is not a linear relationship. Our second key result, and this is published this year, is that parks are also worth a lot of money via your improved workplace productivity, this measure of presenteeism, which is directly linked to mental health, which is if you show up to work, are you actually doing work, or are you just staring blankly at your screen? I mean, I do that sometimes, so maybe you can relate to this. But what we found is that the productivity gains is as high as 11% for people who visit parks at least once a month. Nationwide, that means our national parks give us a productivity gain of 1.8% and cut healthcare costs by 0.6%. When you're dealing with a big budget, this small percentage are a lot of money. And also quite interestingly, and this is where we're going to go into this equity thing, we also found that the therapeutic effect of nature for mentally unhealthy visitors is 2.5 times greater than mentally healthy visitors. So now you're looking at the same type of figure. So it's the same y-axis, the same x-axis. You've got visits per annum, color-coded that way, and who goes and doesn't go to park and how many. And you've got mentally healthy people as measured by your psychometric tests at the top, and mentally unhealthy people at the bottom. And we can see that people that already have those conditions actually get a lot more improvement by visiting parks, even just once. And as I've just demonstrated, in Australia, about 30% of people who don't go to parks regularly or ever. It's quite a high percentage, considering that we're a nation where most of the people live near these incredible places. So if you're thinking about accommodation in parks, you might be thinking, so isn't more accommodation in parks better then? Because we might attract new people and they might come and enjoy national parks, and more people, this 30% is going to decrease. Great, more people, better mental health, greater benefits. It's true in theory, absolutely, that if we attract more people, and I would like to find mechanisms for this, to attract more people that don't go to parks. I would love them to actually go to parks and get those benefits. But in practice, it's actually an equity issue. So what does that mean? It means that we are already attracting wealthier people to parks. I showed you the likelihood in the last 12 months, but this actually holds for lifetime as well, lifetime visits. So if you have been visiting parks in the previous decades of your life. And access to nature in national parks is one of the few free mental health boosts that are available to people that are less well off and those that are more wealthy. Okay, so if creeping privatization takes root in our parks by replacing campsites with expensive accommodation, those who might need the boost of nature the most are going to find it harder to get. In fact, they're not going to be going to those private luxury accommodation. They might not be able to afford it. They might have mental illness, and this is often correlated with being unemployed, for example. So private developments can exclude the wider public, both physically and financially. Is there room for tourist ventures in parks? Well, commercial nature tourism businesses can benefit and contribute by guiding inexperienced visitors to visit national parks, as we heard before lunch. I called the last Q&A. But the parks themselves and all the facilities should remain publicly owned and accessible to all. The commercial enterprise that are adjacent to the park, that was also mentioned before lunch, in those gateway settlements, they get all the benefits from park visitors. And once you start putting private lodges inside the parks, you're going to be competing with those businesses that already exist. As a way forward, I would like to propose a more equitable way for people and nature. We could have private leases in protected areas that are short-term with facilities that are fully removable, where private tour operators pay most of the park's agency budget. That's a successful model in Botswana. We could use a model such as the US, where the National Park Service subcontracts your private concessionaires. They own the National Park Services, owns the facilities, they require bonds equal to 100% of the capital value. They set all conditions and prices for this accommodation. They're only subcontracting and they're still in charge. The quiet privatization of access to national parks risks restricting nature's mental health and physical health benefits to the well-heeled, to the wealthy who are already accessing parks. And we need to protect public access to wild places that are meant for the public. Why should we care to keep parks for everyone from a bit more of a conservation perspective as well? I believe that the economic value of parks and mental health services could be leveraged for additional funding for conservation. And it makes no sense to exclude people, even if we don't mean to. The evidence shows that already there is a bias in who visit parks. So these are the people we need to be attracting. And this is a return on investment principle. And from a policy perspective, health services value as political influence because it links conservation to individual health. It links conservation to the individual well-being, welfare. And we've been really missing that link. How can we make people care about conservation? We tell them how important it is, those ecosystem services, food and water and climate, and that's not quite enough to make everybody care about conservation, to my despair. So how can we finally link conservation to their individual fitness? Well, one of those things, this health services connect your global goal directly to individual self-interest, which would be quite influential. And this is my last slide. So if you are interested to learn more about our research, please get in touch with me. I can send you the papers and more information. There's a conversation article that I've linked in this talk. There's also an opportunity to partner up for an ARC linkage to quantify the benefits of biodiversity and its conservation in parks to mental health. I'd like to know how we can increase this benefit to people through what mechanisms and attract those new people to parks, and how could this be leveraged for funding conservation in parks? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Ali. That was amazing. And I think I deduced from your presentation, we just divert all the funding that health get for mental health and we transport it across to national parks to help do more conservation. Is that what we're doing?
Some of it should go to the parks, not all of it, but this is not going to replace hospital visits, doctors, but 100% we should be able to get some of that back because the parks, they give this for free.
Absolutely. We're in reactive health. In proactive health, not reactive health. Wonderful. Do we have any questions for Ali just quickly? We've got a couple of minutes that we can, she's incredibly to time, which is awesome. David, I'll get the microphone up to David and ask a quick question.
Ali, these sort of economic benefits you've talked about rarely ever appear in environmental impact assessments for developments in national parks. So it suggests that the methodology of doing EIA and national parks for things like tourist developments is flawed and needs to change to reflect the sort of benefits you've been talking about.
That's such a good point. And I think that could be part of this kind of linkage idea that I would like to pursue. A real impact would be to change those impact assessment to include some of those methods.
Wonderful. Any other questions for Ali? Anything online? I know there's some comments there. Ali, there was a comment there around comparison data of your slide, your graphs there in reference to population. Is that something that you have, or would like to comment on that?
To population, could you, shall I have a read of the comments?
Yeah, population growth.
Comparison with population growth.
Yes.
Okay. In land reservation or losing. Oh, yes. Are you're talking about conversion inside protected areas for that one? Is that it?
The person that put that in chat, if you want to take yourself off mute and you can, make that comment to Ali.
It's Helen here. I've asked that question. People say, we've seen today quite a lot of statements about an increase in the number of hectares in the National Park Estate in New South Wales, but it hasn't been correlated with population growth. So you can add 100% of land that has population increased by 200%, which is where the population pressures are coming from, potentially.
Great point, Helen. Actually, this is something I'm very interested in. I am about to resubmit a paper looking at the impact of land conversion inside protected areas for heaps of benefits, not just New South Wales, it's Australia-wide. And because it's about to be resubmitted, I didn't I didn't separate your area that I showed by converted and unconverted, but there's lots of evidence of impact of land use change in site protected areas, in particular, the strict protected areas. And I'm absolutely 100% advocating for some caution in increasing the protected area network 30 by 30. I'm not sure we're going to get the return on investment that we think we're going to get. So this paper is all about that. So I think you might find it interesting when it does come out.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ali. And I noticed there was quite a bit of content in the chat around certainly the mental health side. From my sense, I represent 4 different areas of the outdoors, one of which is the fastest growing, which you would know very well, which is nature therapy. And, using the traditional terms of forest bathing and the need to connect with people in the NDIS scheme. And so comment to those that were putting that in. Absolutely, that is a significant market that uses our national parks. And I know Andrew mentioned the Eco Pass holders. There's 301 Eco Pass holders in the state today. Of that, there is quite a growing percentage that are providers of mental health outcomes. So yeah, great stuff.
It's very grassroots, right? People are doing it, but it's not part of Medicare. It's not part of NDIS. Some places, I think in the US, they are looking health insurance are looking at this, but not in Australia yet.
Well, we are actually just starting to get into that.
Starting to. It's not happening yet.
But thank you for raising that. Any other questions for Ali? Amazing. Well, Ali, we'll give you a virtual gift. So on behalf of Patty Palin, there will be something coming your way. Alvin, do you want to show me what she's going to get? We're going to.
Thank you so much.
Wonderful.
I'll stop sharing.
Wonderful. Come this way. There we are.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much. Thanks for inviting me. Really interesting.
Yeah, that'll be on its way to you. So thank you for being here today. So without further ado, we'll move on. We are on time, which is amazing. So I'm going to introduce to you Keith Muir. Now, Keith has quite a significant background in this space. For many years, Executive Director of the Coolong Foundation for Wilderness until April 2020. Again, a good time to retire as we went into lockdown. He has also worked for the Total Environment Centre as a senior natural areas campaigner. Keith held various honorary positions in conservation groups around Sydney and is currently helping out on the Gardens of Stone Alliance. He now lives in Katoomba. So Keith, would you like to come forward and do your presentation? Thank you.
Well, first of all, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we meet. They are the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation and their elders past, present and emerging. Well, the title of my talk is What Could Possibly Go Wrong? And what we've got there is an adventure precinct where they're going to have a playground, well, the zip line and these fun rides that you pay for right next to a military range. But really what it's about, the whole business today is all about the struggle for the national park idea, right? And what will the next generation learn from participating in a commercial ride that's in a national park? That is about adventure entertainment on infrastructure. And so we know, I think the people in this room will know, that you go to national parks to engage with nature in some way. But will the next generation, what will they do? And that is the real question that we're grappling with today. And my contention, I have 6 myths and a discussion of them and discussing national parks as a bit of a magic pudding, if you remember your normal Lindsay. So myth number one, park development like that thrill ride leads to support for nature conservation. Well, I would argue that things like a zip line and infrastructure like that, and things like a cafe like that, which obviously doesn't show where the car parks and all the infrastructure is going, they don't lead to nature conservation outcomes. What they lead to are more commercial rides and more park development. That's what those things, because that's what you do. They just lead to more stuff that's in parks that are of a commercial nature. So myth number two is that glamping and, built accommodation creates opportunities for nature. And this is a notional idea of what's going to happen in the Gardens of Stone. What they've got is 4 sites, which will have about 7 units and 2 in each unit. So I don't think that that'd be low-end stuff. It's high-end stuff just by the nature of the infrastructure. So this is an idea of what glamping is about, this picture here. And I imagine that the dad is talking to his son there, reminiscing about way parks used to be. And not only when, you used to go camping, didn't it cost you a bomb, but it was more fun. So I contend that even the high-end users that are talked into consuming parks in this way at great expense are actually probably not, well, they're not getting a nature-based experience when you're sitting in a box. And if you're not in the box, then why are you paying for one? So I think that's the story there, and that glamping creates opportunities for nature experience. What you have to do is you have to clear around the infrastructure so the nature gets flattened, and you can't have buildings in the bush and design with nature, not in the Australian environment where you have to deal with fire. So this slide is something I got off the internet. It's the idea about the light to light, and you'll see that the camping sites are on the left-hand side of the screen, and on the right is a whole bunch of private infrastructure in there, and it's all scattered through the park in what would be, if it's built, a former pristine or undeveloped beach in a national park. So the question is, it has little to do with walking and a lot more to do with building the resort and having a monopoly to get your hard-earned cash. And I think that point's been rammed home by a number of speakers today. And so what you've really got in this sort of design, and this again comes from the light to light work, is you've got a partial privatisation of an exclusive beach for a beachfront resort development by stealth. So the tail's wagging the dog. It's all about being, these things are going in the park. A couple in each sort of accommodation unit along the beach, and then a collection of other infrastructure behind the beach. And this is really what is going on in our parks, or what is being discussed for the light to light. And I'm astounded. So in this slide, what we've got is a walk in Dorrigo National Park. Now, I'm not saying here that this is about an attack on nature, but I'd like you to consider this. Do you know what's going on? Do you know what's going on with all these facilities? It may or may not be an attack on nature, or it may evolve into one. There might be a private meeting with the Minister Minister for the Environment, James Griffin, and they might get a presentation that convinces him to do something. And then beyond the plan of management, we don't get to know what's going on. It all goes into lease negotiations behind closed doors, and they're developer-driven processes that are kept in secret because under the argument that it's commercial in nature and it doesn't involve the public. So the public's park gets negotiated away on a lease behind closed doors. Now, the question then is, oh, we need more regulation, and that's come up today. We've had that discussion, but think about it this way. So the solution may not be more park laws controlling development, impact assessment and public review processes. Maybe the solution is to claim these areas back for nature and to say that these sorts of things shouldn't happen, that there shouldn't be commercial built development in our national parks. And then I think this is a killer slide. Say you want to have an extra 10 million visitor nights. Well, if you needed to do that with build accommodation, you would be covering our national parks with infrastructure. And what of course this is just an argument to develop parks. It's picking the eyes out of the best pieces of parks. And it's an absolute myth that commercial development of national parks is an economic hit for nature. So that's our third myth. The first one was park development, like the thrill rides, leads to support for nature. No, it leads to more people, more children and more kids thinking that the adventure rides and the downhill mountain bike riding is what parks are about, not nature conservation. The second one is that clamping creates opportunities to experience nature. You're actually inside a box and you're not engaging with nature as much. The third one is that commercial development benefits regional communities, but what we've heard today is that they are resorts that have a monopoly on your time and money, and you don't go to the regional town, you don't give them, the mums and dads in the tourist facilities of those towns, your money, you give it to the guy who's running the facility in the park. So then we come to myth number 4. Now, this is a cannonball run in Thredbo in Kosciuszko National Park. And next to the guy who's charging down the hill some years ago now, but you'll see a sign that says nature trail and a double walking and bicycle thing. Well, the nature trail crosses that, and there's no way little Ian there could manage to get across the road without running a risk of getting flattened by someone going very fast. And I would say that's an extreme example. And the Thredbo River run, where you're riding down a trail along there, these trails displace walkers and they displace people who are engaging with this instead. And this is a sort of 4-season tourism that the extra 4,000 beds that was raised earlier this morning was all about. You have to have 4-season operation. You'll just be doing adventure rides and all this sort of stuff, getting people paid, paying their good cash to do this sort of stuff in a national park, because that's the model they've created. And so multi-use tracks are not for walkers, and that's myth number 4. Myth number 5 is that tourism doesn't impact on wilderness. This is the stuff that's in Green Gully. I want to tell you that this is absolute outrage, because the 13,000 hectare block that was purchased that is Green Gully was done with the Dunphy Wilderness Fund and fundraising by the Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife Foundation, and they were raising money and we were raising money, and we were spending the Dunphy Fund to protect wilderness, not to have this in it. And I just think it just flies in the face of principle, and it stinks. But the Park Service did that, and they know it's illegal. It's just straight out illegal. I mean, it doesn't comply with the Wilderness Act. How can it? But they did it. So that's myth number 5. Tourism development doesn't impact on
wilderness, and then high impact activities don't impact on national parks. Now, I don't have a great slide for this. I just tossed this one in, but horse riding in wilderness happens. In Kosciuszko National Park, it happens. And the Park Service realised that the regulatory framework didn't allow it, so they've got an amendment. I don't know if it's still on exhibition. I made a submission, but the process was, oh, well, you know, we'll allow it, we'll regulate it. Now they sent a circular around saying, oh, to the operators that were riding in the parks and riding their electric e-bikes through the wilderness, oh, please, could you hold off while we get this park amendment through to legitimise. Oh, and by the way, you know, we're receiving submissions at the moment. Thanks very much, guys. So yes, again, myth number 5, tourism infra development does impact on wilderness, and I engaged in the horse riding stuff to do with wilderness pretty thoroughly, and Park Service concluded, oh, no impacts from horse riding in wilderness, so we'll allow it. Well, that was just untrue, in my opinion. And then there's the regulatory framework in the state conservation area for Gardens of Stone. It'll be the horse riders, the four-wheel drivers, the trail bikers and the mountain bikers who will be determining what the access management strategy for that park is. It'll be a straight negotiation with the users, and it's delegated out of the plan of management. So the plan of management as a form of governance is gone, and that has been fundamental. One of those blocks of cement that has held our parks together, and now that's gone. So this is what national parks are facing out of my discussions and what we've heard today. Weaker park laws and the weaker application of them, increased private development, cultural change. And every one of those decisions, which were not really consistent with legislation, is a reflection of cultural change and the pressure that the bureaucracy is under to make those changes, and the diversion of resources to more of this built adventure infrastructure and more management of it. And what we've also heard today is that you don't need to do all this to have the extra tourism. We've seen the grass going through the roof. What we need is careful planning of our parks. That's what we need, not commercial development. That's just stealing the park from the public and privatising it. So this then leads us to this slide about the sustainability not being a side issue. We need to claim parks back for nature. They're the places we go to experience nature and to get some insight into ourselves and our places in the environment. If we start putting structures in it, we will never get to sustainability if we can't build sustainability for national parks. And that means we go there on its terms, we travel light, and we have a light impact. We don't put infrastructure like commercial development and start denying that there are impacts, which all the users do, including us. We mustn't do that. We must acknowledge that we have impacts and pull back, not go further into it, build things that need cars and other, you know, like resorts, remote resorts in parks that need support. That just leads to more development. So then what are the principles to achieve that? These are the ideas that we used to have: permanent, public, protected, permanent legislation, permanently owned by the public, it's owned by everyone, public, protected through statute. These principles are crumbling in my understanding, and that is because of the magic pudding problem. We're trying to deliver all the aspirations of everyone. These they put this recreation principle into the park, and then there's a zillion downhill mountain bike tracks, and there is now a zip lines and this It's just a straight out fun park in a protected area. It's got nothing to do with conservation. And if you do that, then, you know, the whole thing starts to crumble. So it may be that you can condense those PPP, the permanent, protected and public, to just grabbing back parks for nature and looking after the area for nature if they're going to be owned and if they're going to have, but it's up to us to look after parks. It's up to us to claim them back for nature. No one else is going to do it. And we have to convince the people that do these things. These are the young, this is what they're doing. They're publishing apps and books that tell people what to do in parks. They're just totally cutting through everything and doing it this way. Forget about plans management. They're doing it this way. They go to everywhere. And there's even helicopter tourism in there, joy flights over the national parks. They don't, I mean, unless we as a society, we in this room contain and get the young to get that parks are permanent, protected and set aside for nature. And unless they get it, then it's gone, right? And that's sort of where we go back to the beginning of my talk about we are involved in the struggle for the national park idea, that these areas are set aside for nature and that they are permanently protected forever. And so how we do that, I have one last slide, which was my suggestion. Whoop, I'm going the wrong way. I've got the thing upside down. Okay, that's my suggestion. Calling on the political parties to basically only have low impact visitor management and use for an adequate funded park service that manages parks for nature, right? And we oppose all this expanded commercial built stuff in parks. That's it. So thanks for listening. I hope that my talk did something to inspire you.
Thanks so much, Keith. And we have a lovely gift on its way over to you for your time, energy and efforts in presenting today and your preparation. Thank you. Have you got 2 minutes for a question? Great. Would anyone like to ask any questions? I haven't been monitoring the chat because I couldn't quite see it there. Kirsten, is there any questions on chat?
Any questions?
Okay, we've got a microphone coming over, so just hang on 2 seconds.
Hello, Jordan Cook from the Victorian National Parks Association. There's this issue that keeps coming up about balance. And I know in Victoria, we're the most cleared state, and having heard before that 9% of your state is protected, but it's home to something like 85% of the threatened species in New South Wales, there obviously isn't a balance right now. So how do we communicate that to the public when these developments come along, that these things can be built outside of the park, and when they get built inside of the park, it reduces that already very minuscule protected area?
Well, it's through making good representations to the public, keeping the communications open and advancing the case for nature conservation. The things that we've always done. That's the only way we're going to get to sustainability. We're not going to get there. We've got to get there today or yesterday. Developing parks is the absolutely wrong thing to be doing right now. We've got to be applying the lessons that we learn in national parks to what we do in life. We've got to get away from all the crazy consumption and the fact that the planet is going downhill. We've got to apply the lessons that we learn in nature to our own lives. not the other way around. We can't make nature. So I know that's not much of an answer, but use all the tools of all the democratic tools that are available to us to protect natural areas and reach this 30% target, because, you know, there's no life on a dead planet. And, you know, it's not particularly constructive, but that's all I've got to offer at this moment.
Any other questions?
We've got all these state parks. Would it be possible, it's a big ask, to have a national park system? Because they've all got, all the individual state ones seem to have different issues. I mean, Tasmania, Lake Malvina, places like that. I mean, I've been watching it online for the last couple of years at least. And everyone's got different things that they do. Victoria's got some of its own issues as you know, you watch.
Yes,
it
well,
would seem to be like
there is federal laws,
yeah,
and our equivalent of federal national parks are World Heritage Areas. They could essentially, and I've argued this, but no one's listened to it. You could use the EPBC Act to make federal national parks out of the best of the national parks in each state. But that doesn't necessarily solve it, because we've already got World Heritage Areas like in southwestern Tasmania. You've mentioned Lake Malvina. It doesn't necessarily solve the problem. What solves the problem is the young generation believing that that national parks should be claimed back for nature. If we go and see, as these, you know, all these grey hairs, go and see James Griffin, the Minister for the Environment, and say, oh, you know, Minister, you can't develop national parks, he's not going to listen. If the same cohort, only 16 to 25 went and said him, oh, Jesus, well, I'm going to do something now because they're going to vote me out, right? Because that's the thing. We've got to get it to the young, and I think we're going to hear something about that. The next speaker.
Thanks, Keith. Thank you. Can everyone give me another round of applause? Magnificent. So we're going to change tone a little bit and jump to Christopher Birch. So, Chris, you're here. Fabulous. So Dr. Christopher Birch, SC, is a barrister and senior counsel who's been in practice in the Sydney Bar for 39 years. He's appeared in a wide variety of legal matters, both at trial and appellate levels, and has a special interest in the review by courts of government action. He is also an adjunct professor at the University of Sydney, where he lectures in legal philosophy. Christopher is a keen bushwalker, cross-country skier, and an active member of the Sydney Bushwalkers and Nordic Ski Club of New South Wales. Welcome so much, Chris. Please join me up here.
I'm going to try and answer two key questions. What are the legal limits and barriers to developments in national parks in New South Wales? And then secondly, are the laws that we presently have well adapted to controlling and regulating developments in national parks? And I know Laurie at the beginning said something about we should be collaborative rather than debating, but as a barrister, I'm afraid the itch to debate is just irresistible, but I'll try and do it in a collaborative fashion. There's been a number of interesting things said in the course of the day, and I wanted to reflect upon a couple of them. But let me go to my first question. What is it that stops developments in national parks? There are three key laws, two state and one Commonwealth. The first is, of course, the National Parks and Wildlife Act, which we've already heard a bit about. Next is the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act. And then finally, at the Commonwealth level, there's the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act. And I will say a little bit less about that, but it's interesting in light of the question put to Keith just before I came up about what about a national park system. There are difficult constitutional questions in Australia about the ability of the Commonwealth government to regulate national parks at large. Well, let me start with the National Parks and Wildlife Act itself, because that is the key thing which regulates the activities that can take place in national parks. And the pivotal provision is section 81, which provides that where a plan of management is in force, no operations shall be undertaken unless the operations are in accordance with the plan. So that's the general prohibition. Unless it's in the plan, you can't do it. Now, the next point is an example of a story that's been going on for a long time. About a year ago, section 81 A was put in, which says the minister may approve conservation actions for the land or the establishment and maintenance of infrastructure projects on the land for visitor management or conservation, and they don't have to be consistent with the plan. They must be consistent with the objects of the Act and prescribed regulations. But it's the minister that prescribes the regulation, so he can just prescribe a regulation that makes it consistent. The Parliament could disallow that regulation. So let's just focus then on the plan of management, because a few of the speakers this morning have discussed these. The Honourable Penny Sharp said that were she to become the Minister for the Environment, she would want to ensure that the plans of management were sorted out, so to speak. I'm afraid I'm going to have to be a little sceptical about the whole plan of management process. The way they work is firstly that when a park comes into existence, there's a plan of management that is supposed to be brought into existence, and that plan of management involves a process of consultation, and we've heard something about that. Section 72 A sets out the objectives and contents of the plans, and the matters that are to be taken into account include, as you might imagine, conservation, biodiversity, but also include benefits to local communities, also include the social and economic context of the reserve and the provision of visitor or tourist facilities appropriate to the surrounding area. I'm going to go also in a moment to the objects of the Act generally. What they always contain are a series of objectives which are frequently competitive or conflicting. And the Act does not say that one of these objectives overrides the other. Nothing in the legislation says the conservation of biodiversity is the primary goal to which everything else is to be subjected or anything of that sort. Now, if you've got a plan of management and it looks good, then you might think that that solves some of your problems. But the minister may from time to time amend or alter a plan of management, cancel a plan of management, substitute a new plan. And if the minister embarks on that process, the consultation period is reduced to 45 days rather than 90 days. In another legislative context entirely, the minister exercised powers of amendment by just simply scrapping the plans in their entirety and putting in new ones. And no case was taken ultimately to determine whether that was possible. So the minister can amend the plan as he or she wishes. The recommendation to change it should come from the chief executive of the service or the director of the National Parks and Wildlife Service. But that chief executive, in the discharge of his or her powers, is subject to the control and direction of the minister. So if the minister wants to change the plan, the minister just directs the chief executive to go away and come up with a proposal to amend the plan. And then it's the minister that then determines whether or not to adopt the amended plan. So what happens is that frequently things work backwards, and the light to light was a good example. The government decided that it would be a good idea to have some hard roof lodge developments in the thing called Ben Boyd National Park, but they were not compatible with the plan of management. So the government then propounded a new plan of management, which allowed them to do exactly what they wanted to do, went through the consultation process, adopted that plan of management, and then they then proceeded to deal with the next step in that process, which was the Environmental Planning and Development Act process. I'll come to that shortly. Often it's the objects of the Act itself are pointed to as the limits on what may be done in national parks. They don't strictly perform that function. It's very common now in our legal system for statutes to have a statement of objects at the beginning, and these are used by courts to guide the interpretation and application of the more machinery provisions of the Act. But the objects are there for that guidance purpose, and they don't often operate in a hardline fashion in terms of restricting what can be done. The objects in the National Parks and Wildlife Act are broad. They include the conservation of nature, habitat, biological diversity, fostering public appreciation, understanding, and enjoyment. But they also bring in the management principles for national parks. So in other words, the objects include fulfillment of the management principles for national parks. And the management principles for national parks are very diverse. So they have the purpose of reserving to identify, protect, and conserve, etc., landscapes, but also providing opportunities for public appreciation, sustainable visitor or tourist use and enjoyment, and they also do refer to conservation of biodiversity and the like, but they also provide for sustainable visitor or tourist use compatible with the conservation of the park's natural and cultural values. Now, I think it was Andrew in the Q&A session before lunch who said something to the effect that one person's sustainable eco lodge is another person's horrendous luxury development. And that actually captures the real problem, because if one wants to say, for example, that a proposed development isn't one that's permissible under the Act because the plan of management hasn't been made consistently with the objectives, and you want to go and ask a judge in a court to decide that question, you're not going to get very far if what you're saying is, well, this lodge is just too big to be sustainable. There's no definition of sustainability in the Act. No doubt the department will say, well, we've found a way to ensure that we're not putting sewage in the creeks and we're not doing anything too terrible to the bush surrounding the lodge. Courts are not going to entertain attempts to restrict development if all you can say is, well, we don't think they've given enough weight to the sustainability aspect of the Act. They should have given more weight to the conservation of nature aspect of the Act. I'll say a bit more about challenging things, but I will, I'll deal with that again when I get to that. Now, section 151 deals with leases and licenses in the park, and the minister has a power to provide leases or licenses, and they include to enable activities of a recreational, educational or cultural nature to be carried out, and the provision of facilities for that purpose. Any purpose consistent with the relevant management principle and identified in the relevant plan of management, provide accommodation for visitors and tourists. So the minister has extensive powers to grant leases and licenses. All that they have to ensure is that they are consistent with the plan of management. There are restrictions if the lease or license will permit the building of structures, but the light to light is another interesting example of how the department seems to have found the easiest path, because in the development that's going to take place on the light to light walk, it's the department that's going to do the building and development itself. And then once it's built the development, it can then lease or license it. Because the lease or license won't be authorizing construction, it will be able to be approved on relatively simple and straightforward grounds. If the buildings are already there, it can hardly add much to the impact on the park to simply substitute a commercial operator for the National Parks and Wildlife Service as the operator. So the point I guess I wanted to make here is that when we look at the Act, it provides fairly minimal protection to what may be done in national parks so far as tourist accommodation facilities are concerned. True, it would stop one building a shopping centre or something as atrocious as that, one would hope, outside of some special rare examples, but it won't allow you to achieve any of the goals that have been spoken about by some of the speakers today. And what it means, I think, is that if one is truly concerned about the way development should take place, the plan of management process just may not be the way that we should be seeking to regulate it. Let me turn from that to the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act process. I know one speaker this morning, I think it might have been Gary, referred to this. Once you have got your plan of management in place, which permits the sort of development that you want, when you come to actually do that development, then there is some form of approval. Approval I should say, what happens is if you're building a building in a national park, you don't need an ordinary development consent. But the legislation does require that there is a process undertaken which involves the review of any potential environmental impact of the development. The duty is to, for an authority to examine and take into account to the fullest extent possible all matters affecting or likely to affect the environment by reason of that activity. Activity we'll assume here is, say, building an eco-lodge or something like that. Now, there have actually been a number of court cases in which people have sought to restrain developments in parks and reserves on the grounds that that provision had not been complied with. And some of these have been successful, usually on procedural grounds. Sometimes the reserves are matters in regard to which council has authority, and they've just simply failed to even think about the need to conduct this form of an investigation. Well, that's a very easy challenge because they've failed to perform a duty, therefore their actions can easily be injuncted. But national parks are well legally advised, they understand their duties, they perform them by preparing a statement of environmental effects or factors. And I did study the Light to Light one quite closely as a case study. It was quite a detailed and voluminous document, the Statement of Environmental Impact, and it contained a reference to almost any environmental impact you could think about. But what do they have to do? Well, they have to examine and take them into account to the fullest extent. But what on earth does that mean? Well, actually, nobody quite knows. The Chief Justice of the New South Wales Land and Environment Court, in a matter that concerned this, asked himself just what would happen if they were to discover a serious environmental effect, but decided that they would just treat it as not a good enough reason to delay the development. He left the question unanswered, but when one looks at the Act, it doesn't appear to impose an actual duty to ensure that the development only proceeds if those environmental effects have been adequately ameliorated. You just have to have a review. You have to take them into account, and then hopefully the person who does the development will sufficiently concern themselves to minimize those impacts. I'm going to finish with my second question, looking at some of the deficiencies in the laws, but that is just a classic example of what strikes me as a woeful deficiency in the way the law is drafted. In New South Wales, we also have the Wilderness Act, which is of some considerable significance to the matters that we've been discussing today. And we all know that there are a number of important wilderness areas, including areas in the Blue Mountains National Park and the Jagungal Wilderness in the Snowy Mountains National Park and areas of that sort. Wilderness areas have a much tighter statement of objects and considerations that must be met by any plans of management. They are to restore and protect the unmodified state of the area and its plant and animal communities, to preserve the capacity of the area to evolve in the absence of significant human interference, and to permit opportunity for solitude and appropriate self-reliant recreation, whether of a commercial nature or not. When I, as a young person, started going into national parks, I thought that's what all national parks were for. But in fact, now the only places where those values count are wilderness areas. There was in fact a very successful legal challenge to an attempt to violate those principles. You may well recall it, it made the media at the time. It was brought by the Blue Mountains Conservation Society against the Director General of National Parks when they sought to approve the making of a movie in the area out near Mount Hay. And the minister had purportedly granted a license for the film production company to fly in their helicopters and do whatever they needed to do. The minister had forgotten that this was in a declared wilderness and he had no authority whatsoever to grant such a license, and it was set aside by the Land and Environment Court. I hadn't even thought about Green Gully, and when Keith, speaking just before me, said that what was taking there was unlawful, I thought, wow, he could well be right. Well, he's probably thought about it more than I have, and he probably is right. In which case it could be challenged. Someone could go and get an injunction. Let me just say a little bit about that process, because it highlights the way these laws work. And indeed, as a barrister, one always tests out laws by asking, well, if I sue someone, what will happen? You know, will I win or will I lose? What kind of order can I get? Under both the National Parks and Wildlife Act and the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act, there is standing to any concerned citizen to seek injunctive relief to restrain breaches of that legislation. But what you can restrain are only breaches where the conduct will be unlawful. So if a minister purports to do something in a national park which just isn't in conformity with the plan of management or any legal authority at all, then it will be unlawful, and any concerned group, including clubs, could go and seek an injunction to restrain the minister. But if, as I said earlier, what you're complaining about is that you think the minister hasn't given adequate weight to, say, nature conservation against the necessity to, or the value of providing visitor accommodation, it's unlikely a court will interfere. They will describe that as merits review. It's for the minister to decide how to balance these competing factors. It's not for some judge to take over the minister's role. And it's unlikely you will be able to characterize that as unlawful conduct. So the power to challenge is a narrow one in circumstances where our laws grant wide ministerial discretions. I think one of the problems we have is that we have a legal system where statutes increasingly are drafted in a fashion that's minimally prescriptive and confers wide sweeping discretions on ministers and governmental officials to decide what will or won't happen. If you really want to achieve the goals that Keith, for example, was talking about just before I came to the lectern, you basically have to amend the Act, because it now all just depends upon the minister. If Penny Sharp is a great minister for the environment, should she become a member of government after the next election and does the things that you like, that's great. But how long do ministers last? They change pretty rapidly. If the next minister doesn't like anything she has done, it will be effortless for that minister to reverse all those steps under the current legislative scheme. The Commonwealth has powers under the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act to interfere where a proposed development would violate one of the principles that are secured under that Act. That Act is a most terrifyingly complex piece of legislation, and that's because it's a patchwork of jurisdiction for the Commonwealth for constitutional reasons. The most important part is the World Heritage provisions. And so if you've got a World Heritage property, the Blue Mountains is one, the Commonwealth can do something. The Snowy Mountains isn't a World Heritage property, so the Commonwealth doesn't have any power to interfere in the Snowy Mountains unless it be under one of the other rarer provisions. Thus, it becomes very important as to what the values are, the World Heritage values of a park. I can see I'm about to be wound up. If you can, and the Blue Mountains is only a World Heritage property for the conservation of eucalypt biodiversity. So provided you don't affect eucalypt biodiversity, the Commonwealth can't be involved and can't do anything to save your park. I think I should stop. Thanks.
It's always a battle with these things because the conversation is so important to be had. And I think, you know, next year, 3 days would be great. Kirsten, we'll just expand that. Thank you so much. Have you got time for a quick question? Yes, Chris, yep, thank you. David.
Chris, do you want to just expand on what we talked about at lunchtime about this issue of reserve powers and this new legislation that a couple of speakers have referred to in relation to this new infrastructure authority? I mean, the basic question for me is, does this give a new authority power to raise the height of a dam in order to say to the town downstream, and if that flooded the national park, the authority would be able to do what it wanted?
Look, I only know about it from what I've read in the newspapers, but it's a bit troubling, to be honest. If there's nothing to stop the Parliament to pass an act tomorrow that overrides the National Parks and Wildlife Act, and if it's passed a statute which is dealing with emergency or disaster relief and says this act applies contrary to the provisions of any other act, then it's the supreme legislative instrument. And then it's a question of sitting down to work out what it says. I presume there would at least be some limit on, say, raising a dam wall, because it would have to be something to do with ameliorating disasters. But it's this is the problem with what's unlawful and what's mere merits review. If the government can find some hydrographers to say, well, raising this dam wall will reduce the risk of the town below being flooded, then you're going to have great difficulty persuading a court that they're not allowed to do that. So it's a great concern. We need to get hold of this new act and find out just if it's as bad as it sounds.
Chris, there's a question online from Julian, quite succinctly. He said, can conservation groups advocate for new wilderness areas? What's the process to get more protected wilderness areas?
Yes, they certainly can. The government possesses a general power to declare new wilderness areas as it sees fit, and lobbying for wilderness areas, I think, is something that should be seen as one way of protecting things. I noticed Mark using one of my favourite phrases, the crown jewels of the bushwalking world, and we need to ensure, I suppose, that at least the crown jewels, so to speak, are to the extent possible declared wilderness areas so as to protect them from rampant development.
Thank you so much, Chris. We will cut it there, but really appreciate it. And Alvin's got a wonderful gift to thank you for your time, energy, and passion behind the legal side, which we can give it to him, can't we? Okay, we do have a short break. So just 15 minutes for those at home. Get up, stretch, go grab a coffee or whatever you need. Here, we're just going to have afternoon tea. So if I could ask you to be back in this room. You can get it ready for it. 3:09 and 20 seconds. Thank you. So another jam-packed session. We will get through everything to get you out on time. So may I please introduce Brian Everingham, Sydney National Parks and Wildlife Service Regional Advisory Council, current chair. And also he is the president of the National Parks Association Southern Sydney branch and sits on the state executive of NPA. He has had 45 years of experience leading bushwalks, as well as 30 plus years of advisory work on national parks and wildlife committees, including many years of reviewing and commenting on plans of management. You must have read a few. Can I please welcome Brian to the podium?
I usually introduce myself as a clapped out bushwalker nowadays. What really saddens me is to look at all the lovely walks and think that I will have to use my walking sticks to get around them now, but never mind. Yes, I'm chair of the Greater Sydney Regional Advisory Committee. I'm also still on the Advisory Council at the state level. And I have been a long-term member of the NPA Association State Executive, including as president. My aims today is, I better get to the aims so that you can actually see them. That's us going. I think getting to parks is pretty important, actually. Oops. Does that? that'll do me. My aim today, I'll go through the purpose though, is to actually try to explain to you what a regional advisory committee does and how it works. And given that there are people in here from the NPWS, both in the room and I believe online, I hope, Claire, you're listening, is that the regional advisory committees have got a much expanded role and get no money for their work, not even a sitting fee. So please note that. I will try to explain how it differs from the advisory council, what are the critical roles of both in dealing with plans of management, the process of developing a plan of management, and how does it relate to commercial developments. And just occasionally I will get out of the bureaucratic type language that I'm going to use and become my cheeky teacher style self and actually say a few private matters along the way, which will not be as chair of the RAC, it'll be as somebody who's been dealing with these things for an awful long time. So there are now regional advisory committees over 8 areas. There used to be 14. That has now meant that regional advisory committees across the state cover fairly large areas. And for people who get no money, people who get only minimal travel fees, for example, it's pretty hard. I am glad I manage as the chair the Greater Sydney area. I would hate to be the chair of Western RAC, where they cover close to 1/3 of the state and have to travel long distances before they get to a site. The 8 RACs fitted in with the new structure of the 8 branches. We're still stuck with the name Regional Advisory Committee, even though the NPWS now call those things branches. They mean the same thing, but they couldn't get around to changing the words in the Act. The Regional Advisory Committee itself consists of at least 12 members, no more than 17. It gets pretty wieldy there. And applications come from a variety of community members. That's the long list of them. And I'd like to point out to you that there are a number of headings wherein bushwalkers can apply. And I have stressed this on a number of occasions and succeeded, I think, when Alex Alchin contacted me to stand, that you can actually stand as a bushwalker under the words ecotourism or ecological sustainable visitor use and tourist use. Bushwalking or bushwalks leaders are capable of doing that. We do not need the only people to stand are members of the horse riding lobby or the mountain biking lobby, as a case might be. And bushwalkers seem to have forgotten that, and they thought that we, the NPA or we, the NCC, who both have guaranteed spots on RACs, it's either NPA or NCC, it's one of the two, but there are other places, in other words, to stand. And some of you have the ability to stand under your conservation biology, wildlife management hats, under your Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act position, and also in community involvement in conservation generally. So use your imagination if you wish to participate, because this is where at least people listen to you. They may not take any notice of you, but they will listen to you. They have to listen to you. So the Act there tells you that at one stage, the advice of a regional committee was sought for draft plans of management, and then the draft plans of management went forward to the advisory council. They considered it under section 73, part A, clause 4 of the Act. The advisory council then considered the plan of management, the representations, the submissions report, and provided advice to the minister, who could or did not have to take any notice. And then we sent a copy of the advice And if there was any difference between what we said and what the Regional Advisory Committee said, our advice went back to the Regional Advisory Committee and they then said, oh yeah, or oh no. And then it went forward and the minister, one famous minister, sat on them for ages and ages and ages. One famous plan of management actually had birthday parties because it was there on the minister's desk for so long. The planning process for developing a plan of management, have I gone 2 steps then? Oh God, my papers are all out of order already. No, I've got it out of paper here, so I'm going to stare at the screen instead. What has changed now is that the appropriate Regional Advisory Committee must now consider the plans of management and representations and provide advice direct to the minister, including advice it gets from the Cast Management Advisory Committee where appropriate. They must do it within 28 days after the end of the representation period. For a body of volunteers, that's not that much time, particularly when you get big ones coming in. My own patch, for example, this year has dealt with Royal National Park, which had well over 1,000 submissions, and will be dealing with, before the end of the year, the Ku-ring-gai Chase draft plan of management. In the meantime, there have been a couple of others in our region that we've had to consider, such as Kemps Creek Nature Reserve. So you can see that it's a juggling exercise. The time limits for the planning presentation, however, are that once there is consultation of a draft plan of management, discussion papers can sometimes be prepared. They are then done on internal review within the service. They are then put on public exhibition. And once they go on public exhibition, you, the public, get a full plan of, for a full plan, you get 60 days to make a requirement, and an amendment, you get 42 days. The submissions report is then prepared and off it goes. So if I get to the appropriate spot, that's a good summary of the entire process, and it will be available to you. It's the official NPWS document shared with me by Barry Hayden, who heads this particular thing. And this is the current plan. So if you look at it now, the plan of management, the council may identify plans. Its job is to, if it wants of statewide significance, they then have the concurrent role of a request to review. Now that means it doesn't get any extra time. It has to do it at the same time as the Regional Advisory Committee, which makes it very difficult for a Regional Advisory Committee to say, this plan is really worrying, would you look at it as well? It gets the draft, the public exhibition, and through as you go. If there's any questions, you probably can ask a bit later on that. The parts that interest me, however, are some of the things that Chris dealt with earlier on, and that's what's actually in the plan. I always begin with the wording of the Act, the objects in particular, and I may be a little bit more of an optimist than Christopher and think that they actually mean more than they do. I did not know that lawyers were such pessimists, but when I discovered that the wording in part 2 of it, where it said you actually provide recreation only if it leads to public appreciation of nature, meant almost anything, I started to think that maybe Chris had something going with what he was arguing about. So I went back to this next section, the relevant section of 72AA of the Act that he talked about. These are the bits that they must consider in a plan. Now, I've had legal advice from an eminent judge that means that they should be able to demonstrate from the very beginning of the planning process that they have considered these matters and should be able to report on how they've considered it. It sometimes doesn't happen as well as the legal advice has indicated to me. I've put all of them up for you so that you may be able to see them later on, except for just one of the points. That one point somehow managed to sneak into 72AA, referred to the waters in the Hunter Water Board lands, and I figured that that wasn't relevant to most national parks. I don't know how it slipped into the generic lot, but it must have been way back when they were transferring the water board lands under the Stockton Bight or something across. I would love to find out the story behind that game. Once we've looked at that and get the report, and I think I saw Di Thompson online, she will report to you if she has the courage to say that between her and I over the years at advisory council level at least, we keep asking for the report on where did 72AA get reported and can you provide the written advice that you did. We're having trouble getting it again now, so I'll be hoping that before my term expires, we will. Maybe we will be able to get a little bit more answerability as to what goes on. The other thing I'd like to mention at this stage is now that as chair of the Regional Advisory Committee, I am able to give my advice direct to the Minister, unless it has to go concurrently to the Advisory Council, and I still have the right to advise the Minister, rather than let the bureaucracy write the submission to the Minister, I have taken control of that, and with my committee, we write the advice to the Minister and make sure that it is unfiltered advice. So if any of you join the committees, make sure you think about that particular approach. Okay. Also, plans of management must consider the means by which the responsible authority proposes to achieve the plan's objectives and performance measures, and must have a written scheme of operation which it is proposed to undertake in order to make sure that that occurs. Now, sometimes that one disappears out of the scheme and becomes what I sometimes hear are described as operational matters, i.e. they're not something for you to talk about. Now, I trust almost everybody in government, but I don't trust them enough for me not to be able to have a say. And I do believe that RACs should be actually asking for input into the means by which a plan of management are actually put into place and the scheme of operations. Some brave regional managers over the years I've dealt with have actually asked me to participate in helping develop that scheme of operations, and it makes me a hell of a lot more confident that it will be a plan of management that just doesn't sit on a shelf gathering dust, and it is a workable document. Making sense so far? Okay, I hope I'm still staying in line and being bureaucratic. Now, how does this relate to commercial developments? Well, there are two interesting positions in the Act that must be taken into consideration. Chris did not mention that commercial leases do get reviewed by the Advisory Council. We can advise them, and sometimes the documents are very lengthy indeed. They are not documents that go to regional advisory committees. I don't know if that means there'll be a lot less scrutiny now that that so much is bypassing the council, but I still think all leases will be reported to and discussed at council level. They are pretty onerous documents, and I really don't want to spend too much time on them. They are every I and T, and I am not a lawyer and I'm not an accountant. I am merely a historian and teacher and a bit of a rabble-rouser, but it is important that at least there is some scrutiny of them. However, and this is important, a RAC can advise on the impact of a commercial activity within a precinct, on whether or not that sort of footprint is suitable for that area. It can advise, in other words, on the issues that do relate to the main management of the park as distinct from the commercial developments of the park. And keep an eye on how long I'm going. Oh gosh. Now, there are some caveats, and these are the important caveats. And the most important caveat is this, that in the years that I've been dealing with plans of management, and as I've indicated, it's been roughly 30 years that I've been sitting on either regional advisory committees or the council, there have been attempts by planners to make plans of management more flexible. Now, more flexible is a dangerous concept. More flexible means you can sometimes drive a bulldozer through the eye of a needle. Sometimes probably deliberately, often, to be fair, just sloppy wording. But when you get that you can develop any land or, in any way, shape or form, and there is no controls as to how you might use that land or how you might use that building, then it does become a problematic issue. And I would advise anybody who sits on a RAC, and I know Andy probably has got a lot of the cases up in the Blue Mountains at the moment, to keep a very careful idea on the close wording of it. So finally, a couple of comments on commercial activities. There is a difference between, for example, an individual running a fee-paying birdwatching group and hardtop accommodation set aside for the exclusive use of customers. There's also a difference between hardtop accommodation, that is adaptive use of a heritage building, and a new structure. And finally, I raised this question. The NPWS is one of those blessed organisations that can be both the proponent of a development and the judge as to whether the development is appropriate, should that also be the case. And all of you on committees, please ever stay vigilant, stay doggedly focused on what you think should happen on a national park, but remain polite while you do it. Okay, thank you.
Stay close as we have a little gift for you, which Alvin's running around to grab. Very important, very important. Great. Wonderful. Thank you very much, Brian. We haven't got time for Q&A on that, but Brian's here if you want to ask him anything after the sessions. We're going to jump into a very quick presentation by Megan. Megan here? Yeah, Megan, how are you? Good, come up. Megan's going to another ribbon cutting moment. We've had a release of a video and now we've got a release, which I'll let you take the thunder on. But Megan is a freelance travel and adventure and lifestyle writer based in Sydney. Her passion is finding space for adventure in both travel and everyday life and sharing this through engaging, inspirational writing. And she's covered subjects including travel, health, sustainability, outdoor pursuits, parenting, and nature. We love what you do. Over to you. Thank you.
Hi. I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land we're on, the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, and pay my respects to the elders past, present, and emerging. First of all, usually I write words, not present, so just bear with me. I've got my little clicker thing here. I'm here to talk today about a new website that we're launching. The homepage is behind me, just there. I want to talk about how it came about and what it's designed to do. So the Light to Light walk down near Eden has been on my bucket list for years. In June this year, my family spent 3 glorious days, there they are, walking the unspoilt coastline, stopping for swims and watching whales. I'd already heard about the proposal to put in infrastructure for a commercial walk down there. But walking past the beautiful natural spots planned to be made into large-scale construction zones made it much more real. So that's one of them. When I got back, I got in touch with the BOR Light to Light Action Group, who have been fighting this proposal for years, and offered to help them create a website, which they didn't have, to help them get their message out. So that's where it really began. But as soon as we started, we realised that this was much bigger than just the Light to Light proposal. There are 10 new multi-day walks proposed for New South Wales alone, and it needed to be wider, basically. And there are many more planned across Australia, from Queensland's Hinchinbrook to Kangaroo Island, Tasmanian's South Coast Track to Victoria's Falls to Hotham Alpine Crossing. Our national parks should be managed for protection, not profit. To do this, we need to take a national approach that shows the scope of the problem, detailing proposals for commercial development in national parks across the country. We need a central space to host and share information so that we can support the groups battling these proposals, educate the public and the media, and monitor the status of these projects. We need to break the secrecy around these projects, improve consultation, and hold decision makers to account. Which is where keepitwild.org comes in. Note the hyphens and that it's .org, not .com.au. This new site is a tool in the fight to protect our parks, to show the shift in national parks values from protection to profit, keep track of these types of proposals, monitor developments, and share information. What's on the site now is just a start. So we've only got 3 proposals on there now. We've got the Light to Light Queensland's Kalula and the Falls to Hotham Alpine Crossing. We want it to grow bigger, broader, and more useful, and become a comprehensive picture of commercial developments plans for national parks across Australia. And to do this, we need help. Help getting the information together about our proposals, help making the site more comprehensive and useful, from admin to project management to site copy and design, and some funding would be really nice. Help getting the word out to the media and the network of community groups, not-for-profits and other stakeholders, so that the true extent of what is planned for our national parks becomes clear. So please check out keep-it-wild.org, lots of hyphens in there, and get in touch with us to see how you can help. The site is set up to ensure that our national parks are managed for protection, not profit, and we hope you'll join us. Thank you.
Spitted through that very quickly. Thank you, Mick. Would you like to join us up here? Because you're going to be part of our panel, which is next. And can I introduce Simon Spelsey, who's in the room, who I'm privileged to sit on a council with. So Simon, would you like to come forward to the front? And we have 2 online, is that right, Kirsten? So we've got Mick Rippon. Mick, are you there?
Yes, sure am.
I can see you there, fabulous. And James McCormack.
Yes, I'm here too.
Fabulous. Great. We'll get you up on the screen so the guys can see you. They're just trying to do that as we speak. But as we get into this session, I thought I might start, well, since we can see you there, Mick, how about you introduce yourself first? Give us a bit of a rundown of your role and why you're on this panel this afternoon.
Yeah, my name's Mick Rippon. I'm the spokesperson for the Green Cape Fishing Alliance, which is just basically a bunch of crusty old fishermen who've been fishing Green Cape for up to 45 years. It's an iconic fishing location. We've caught several record fish there. Its proximity to the East Australian current is what makes it special from a fishing perspective, but it's also a beautiful wild part of the world, and me and all the old crusty fishers really enjoy going to Green Cape because it is a wild, remote place, and you know, fishing is just an excuse to be in nature, and to be a good fisher person, you've got to have that understanding of nature. And to have these 2 huge complexes put into Buwala National Park is just a I mean, I think it's a travesty of democracy and an abuse of political power. So I'm quite passionate, but yeah, I lead that group. I also work closely with the Biala Light to Light community.
Great. Thank you for being with us today. James, great to be online. Give us a little bit about yourself so everyone knows.
First of all, I want to apologise for not being there. I'm actually really disappointed that I couldn't be there in person, but it is what it is. But yes, I'm the editor of Wild Magazine. I'm extremely concerned about the commercial developments in national parks, but it's also worthwhile noting that it's not merely commercial developments that are the problem, that sometimes it's government-led developments that are equally problematic.
Wonderful. Okay, and thank you again for being here. Even though you can't be in person, you're on screen and we can see and hear you. Great. So great to have you on the panel. And the last but not least is Simon. Simon, would you like to give us a bit of an update on what you're up to and why you're here today?
I don't think anyone cares what I'm up to, but the reason I'm here today. So I'm the chair of the New South Wales Tourism Industry Council. I also run a business called Sandwalk Partners that does a lot of work in cultural heritage tourism. And the reason I'm here is that I was asked to come, but this is an interesting area for me because even though I've worked in corporate world for a long time, in my dim, dark past, my first job, I have a science degree in biology. My first job out of university was as a forest ranger in South Australia, managing recreational areas, recreational land use areas, and I see the tourism done well in natural areas has the capacity to help organisations like the National Parks and Wildlife Service fund its core purpose. And most of the work that I do in cultural heritage tourism is finding ways for underfunded government organisations to be able to generate alternative revenue sources to help them fund their core purpose. So it's an interesting area for me, I think, because I don't think there should be open slather access to national parks, but at the same time, I know that national parks are an asset that tourists want to come and see. So finding the balance of making sure that that kind of activity is done sensitively, protecting those areas for their core purpose, and potentially giving organisations like national parks an alternative funding stream, because they're not really funded well enough by government to be able to do what they have to do anyway. So that's why I'm here.
Beautiful segue into the next session. So thank you so much. A quick question I want to pose to the four of you. And if I was to ask you one thing that you would like to see for future in people engaging with our national parks, what would it be? One thing. Do you want to kick off, Simon, since you've got the microphone?
One thing, I think what I really would like to see is kinds of activities and experiences that people walk away from the experience with a really strong understanding of the natural significance, or the significance of the natural environment in New South Wales, the conservation value of those areas. I think there's a real need to allow people to access natural areas to get that understanding, but in a very controlled way. Finding a way to have low impact tourism, but which is still engaging and involving, so that people actually, so that it has an impact on people.
Yeah, well said. And goes to Keith's point earlier about those younger generations that we want to be able to bring in and let them understand, so that they can certainly replicate. Megan, would you like to go next?
And my point goes back to what Keith was saying too. I think what I'd like to see is people spending more time in national parks, but in a deeper way, so that they intrinsically get what national parks should be for.
Beautiful. Going online, Mick, would you like to go next?
Yeah, look, I concur with most of those sentiments. There needs to be a much stronger emphasis on conservation and endangered species. Our record on extinctions is abysmal, and none of these proposals do you hear about looking after the endangered creatures in those parks. That should be the primary function of a park, to provide landscapes that help protect those vulnerable species.
Wonderful. James, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, mine might be a bit more ish. Just happiness would be the thing that I would do from people to go in there. But allied to that happiness would be knowing that you can go into areas and not find them with hard roofed accommodation in areas that should otherwise be wild.
Really? Ask James and Megan a question, because you guys are in the communications business. And like what we've said today, we're trying to amplify that acceptance and knowledge of the conservation and what national parks are there for. What is going to keep your readers engaged to be able to convert those younger markets into understanding what we're trying to say today?
Well, look, it's actually really tough. I mean, there's so many things involved with this whole issue of commercial development in national parks and tying back to young people, because my personal belief is that recreation is one of the keys to that. I personally became involved with conservation as a result of, as a young person, being involved with skiing and mountain biking, but that ended up driving my wanting to be involved in the conservation area. And I speak with so many young people, and that's their entry point. And I think Keith made some really important points, the most important one being, how do we get young people involved? And I really think that if we don't allow for recreation in our national parks, we are going to lose young people. Now, the point that becomes really difficult here is that how do we allow for recreation in an ecologically sustainable fashion? So it can be quite messy, but I really do think that we need to think carefully about how we can have recreational abilities for young people and can bring them into the movement that way. Because I think if we shut young people out of the parks, I'm looking, no offense to anyone here, but basically everyone I've seen here, including myself, I'm old, but we are mostly old farts here, and we need to engage young people if we're going to change things.
Yeah. So when I go home tonight and celebrate my 25th birthday, I'll ponder on that one. Thanks, James. Megan.
I think what James has said pretty much sums up what I was going to say as well. But the one thing that I would say as well is that with a lot of the traditional ways into outdoor recreation not being as strong anymore, finding ways to get young people engaged in those activities so that they can work out why it's, national parks are valuable and need protection is also important.
Brilliant.
And I just wanted to add something about recreation, and it's that we all have impacts there, even if we're just bushwalkers. Everyone has an impact. You set foot in a national park, you're having an impact. I mean, we all have impacts outside because of our own, greenhouse gas emissions personally, but in terms of accessing national parks, we all have impacts. So I guess it's accepting that we all have impacts, but then how do we find that fine balance between allowing some impacts, but without going over the top? And I think look, I'm not going to lie, it's really difficult. I don't quite know that there's an easy answer to this. But what I do feel is that at some point we need to draw lines. And for me personally, and maybe some people will agree with this, some people won't, it's development in national parks there should be no role for private development within national parks. And that to me is a really hard and fast line, because that then changes the nature of development within national parks. And so at least if we can stop any commercial development within national parks. At least we're partly on the way where we can actually find a hard and fast answer to at least some way of addressing the problems here.
Great. Simon, you've been involved in tourism for a while, and when we talk about this, what's triggering those younger markets when it comes to tourism, and is there a connect here that we could certainly do exactly what we're saying, get them in and appreciate this space, but still get them involved in a tourism experience, noting some of the comments we've already had?
Yeah, there should be well, assuming pre-COVID and assuming that we're going to get back to that. From an international travel point of view, the big drivers, the trend, I should say, is towards what Tourism Australia calls experience seekers. So as travellers become more sophisticated, as markets become more sophisticated, they move away from being satisfied by group tours, sitting on a bus, being taken to somewhere, have it pointed at them and explained, and then move on. The growth areas are for those experiences where for those activities where people are actually experiencing things the way that locals do. They want to be able to get to really understand the destination that they are going to, and it seems to me that a kind of engaging national park experience and natural experience should be the way to do that. It's ecotourism is growing, adventure tourism is growing. All of those things are compatible with tourism in a natural landscape. And also there is generally globally, particularly out of the traditional Western markets, and in particular Europe, a growing concern about the ecological impact of tourism. So if you have a really strong message around that, if you have really engaging experiences and you have incredible things to see, then you should be able to engage with people. The biggest drivers for tourism and tourism advertising for Travel to Australia are around clean air, safety, natural environment. So all of those things should be feeding the right narrative. The one thing about that, though, is that it's not necessarily going to be bringing in younger people. It's just going to be bringing in people who are traveling. So people who have a natural tendency to travel, they tend to either be younger and backpackers, or they tend to be older and wealthy. So it isn't necessarily going to drive that. I do think, though, that there is more broadly an opportunity from a domestic travel point of view to engage young people as part of their education in understanding of the natural environment. All cultural institutions, and I've done a little bit of work a while ago with the national parks, they have really good education programs. They are engaging with younger people and kids. I think there's a lot to be learned from the way that Indigenous communities and Indigenous operators are bringing their kids back to the natural environment as a way of reinforcing culture. And they're having a lot of success in that. And I think that there may be some lessons learned there in partnering with Aboriginal tour operators and tour companies in actually with schools and education and getting younger people involved at a young age. Working in the cultural sector, the way that you get adults to be interested in going to an art gallery is you get them to go to an art gallery when they're a kid as part of an education program. And I think the same should apply here.
No, really good point. When we have that 3-day workshop next year, Kirsten, we can bring in a lot more content around that, because I think when McCriddle just recently released some data very pointing to what Simon's saying. And the ethical purchase has gone through the roof since COVID. I don't know if anyone's experiencing that themselves, but certainly people are making a lot more decisive choices about their responsibility on the planet. And it's coming through the younger audiences as well. So, and that emphasis of education, so important. Mick, did you want to comment on any of that? Because you as a user, are you seeing any of the younger market coming through and appreciating what we're talking about?
Yeah, sure. Look, part of my role as an outdoor educator is to take student groups out bushwalking. So, you know, I'm out there teaching them about the natural world, and that's why I do it, because I think young people do need to have more of a connection with nature. And I get cross with parks because some of the tracks that we walk on are just so overgrown. And what's obvious is that the funding is moving away from basic parks work, like maintaining a track, to putting up these fancy huts. So we had a situation where a composting toilet was burnt down, and I don't even think it's still back there. So we have to organise bush toileting for 100 kids in the bush. We can build lots of fancy huts, but we can't replace one composting toilets for school groups and stuff. So that detracts from that sort of whole experience. It makes my job a very difficult experience, organising that toileting. So, and then trees across tracks. I think one track there was 50 trees across the track. And that makes the walking experience for those young kids really, really difficult. It makes the trip longer for planning logistics, getting a big group into camp and stuff like that. So I get quite wound up about that, because I talk to a lot of parkies, and I want to give a shout out to the parkies on the ground. They do a fantastic job. A lot of my mates are parkies, but funding for basic stuff like that, and that's the main reason people go to these national parks, is because of the beautiful environment. And one way to experience it is just to simply do a walk and admire the scenery and the animals you come across, and you engage people that way with the environment. Oh, look at that snake, and you can talk about interesting facts about snakes or orchids or geological features and rivers and fish and all sorts of things. So, yeah, and Aboriginal culture too. We will quite often have an Aboriginal person come and talk to us about the culture of the land that they're on. So, yeah, there's great opportunity there, but parks really need to focus on that rather than building these fancy new big structures.
I'd just like to add something what Nick just said about what they need to focus on instead of adding the new structures, but also coming back to young people. One of the problems with developing these fancy, new, expensive tracks is that it excludes young people, or excludes many young people. I don't know about you guys, but when I was a uni student, if I look at something like the Grampians Peaks Trail now, which is, as a uni student, I had more time to do a 2-week walk, and I don't have that time at the moment anymore. But when I did have that kind of time, I also didn't have, if I was walking down, $500 to pay to go and do the walk, let alone some of the more expensive walks. And so the track that, the route that we're going down with these very expensive track developments is actually excluding young people from coming into those areas. And then if we want to build this conservation movement by getting more young people in, then we don't want to be excluding those future generations of conservationists.
No, beautiful. Well said. I'm conscious there's people online and I can't read the chat from here. Is there anything there, Kirsten, that we can ask of the panel from?
While you're doing that, can I just refer to something? I think there's a couple of points that have been made that are really important. And the fundamental thing at the bottom of all this, it seems to me, is funding. The reason that national parks would be getting into developments on the site and into charging for experiences is because they are seeking ways of, it's kind of a user pays system of access to national parks. The reason they would be doing that is either because government has given them a remit and said you have to start generating revenue from these things, or they're seeking alternative funding sources. One of the things which I think an advocacy group, when talking to government about this, is to focus on funding parks properly rather than just the activities that they're doing, because there's got to be a reason why national parks are doing the things that they're doing to try to commercialize. And I imagine it is because they don't have the funds. They're not funded at the moment to do things like keep the paths clear and those kind of things.
Replace a
toilet.
toilet.
I would actually kick back against that, because I actually think that there's attitudes within our political class that are very just pro-development in general, and it actually doesn't need to make economic sense. If you look at the developments on the Three Capes track, the Australian Walking Company are paying very small amounts for lease. for the lease of that track there. If you look at the proposed development in Lake Malvina, it's absolutely peppercorn rates that are being charged to the developer, to the proposed developer there. So a lot of the time, actually, funding isn't the issue here. They're not making a lot of money out of these developments. And so then you've got to ask, well, what is the actual reason that they're doing this if funding isn't the issue? Now, there's all kinds of arguments thrown out there. One being, oh, you know, you don't want to be athletically elitist, which is a rubbish attitude, because you can always do, as Mark Norrick does with his great organisation, that you can take people in there tax-free, but without having to build these structures. So that kind of gets rid of that argument. I think that maybe deeply it comes down to this really deep-seated thing that politicians love photo opportunities of being in hard hats and a high-vis vest, standing in front of a development of a hard-roofed hut. And I really think that's where it goes, because it doesn't, so much of it doesn't stack up. It doesn't, most people when the surveys that Gary Dunnett brought up earlier today, most people are against the developments. The surveys show this. Economically, it doesn't stack up. Ecologically, it doesn't stack up. So why is this happening? And all I can think of, the root cause, is that the political class desires this.
Mm. Yep. That's right. Just yell it out and I'll repeat it. Just yell it out.
It was a question for Simon from Di Thomas, and she says, ask you about the $3.50 head per night commercial tour operator in Cozzy. Not a lot of money there when high impact user and large party sizes.
I'm not sure whether I understand the question. Di, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, it's about, in this particular case, it's about horse riding, commercial tour operators with in Kosciuszko. We have two fairly large ones. One is better than another. And the fee that they pay is $3.50 a night per person, without anyone doing any audit or checking on that. And I'm just saying, coming from a tax background, people underestimate their income.
Mm.
I don't know what the question is, though.
Just how much money are parks making out of that, Simon, when it's a very high impact user group?
No, but no,
low prices. It's
no,
like James is saying.
there's lots of those kind of legacy where none of it seems to make very much sense. I think what I was referring more to was major developments where they get a commercial operator in. If they're not doing it for a commercial rent, if they're not doing it for commercial value, then maybe it would be they've accepted an argument about from a local developer that there'll be an economic impact. And also, I mean, we work with an organisation, that is, my company works with an organisation which operates a heritage site. It's not actually in the national park, but it is a major heritage site. It effectively runs at a loss, but it pumps about $6.5 million in salaries into the local economy, in a very small regional economy. And from a government point of view, that's probably a motivator for them to be, they charge people to enter this site. So it's always a complex thing. And you're right, something like that, $3.50 for horse riders, and they're not checking it. It's not smart financial management. And that wouldn't have been an economic driver. That could have been anything. It could have just been covering an admin fee or something.
And sorry, the questions, can you bring that back? Sorry, I was reading it and it's just disappeared. Just carry it across so I can read it. Yep. Next, yeah, so the comment there is actual development in parks is costing regional communities more, which is to Simon's point there, that then that investment for that community to return is there. And that's the next question I want to ask the four of you. Where in the world should we be looking to for best examples of what we're trying to achieve? You might need to ponder on that one. First hand up gets the gig. Next year for the answer.
I don't know, but I can say one thing, and I don't necessarily agree with everything that's happening in New Zealand for sure. But one thing I would say with the huts that are in New Zealand, because often the tourism operators who are very pro the huts are pushing New Zealand as an advantage. Well, what's interesting is that you can have a 12-month pass for huts, for backcountry huts in New Zealand. It's $144 for 12 months of use. Now, that is cheap. That is open to everyone. That is equitable, and it will totally change the way that the huts are built when they're built for purely utility as opposed for making money. It totally changes the nature of the huts. It was interesting. The Greg Wood, for his kind of campaigning against the developments in Tallulah, put up an image this morning, and it showed this kind of, they fenced off an area kind of like this, and just had a little bit, we're showing where the people were in the beds and showing the scale of each hut just to accommodate 2 people. When you look at what's happening in the huts in New Zealand now being built, that's not the case at all. They're in bunks, it's low key, you're stacking people on top of each other. So the footprint is just way smaller. Now, I'm not saying I'm necessarily pro all huts, but what I am saying is that if you are going to build them, there are different models to what's happening in Australia.
And can I just add that in the case of the hour, we don't even need huts. There are 3 commercial operators working there, including Mark Norek's operation, quite happily accommodating walkers along there who don't want to carry a pack, which is the main argument for putting the huts there. So there's no legitimate reason to build this new infrastructure in these wild parts of the park. So for me, it's just crazy. We've got 5 authoritative surveys that show emphatically that the general community does not want this kind of development. And there's a massive disconnect between what the community expects from parks and what the government wants to do. And then there's all this enormous suspicion about who wants these developments. The Light to Light walk is funded as the Light to Light Great Walk. So it's one of the big touring companies that wants to do that. So it's a reasonable assumption to make that it's going to be one of those privileged upmarket walks. And even if parks say all the time, as they do, that they will own and manage the park into the future, none of our 1,200 members believe them, because it would be so easy to upgrade it and make it into one of these exclusive hut-to-hut style walks. If you go to Macquarie Point, it is an absolutely beautiful, pristine location. And location's everything. The guys who run these big touring companies have properties in Sydney Harbour. They value views. And when you go to Macquarie Point, it's a stunning, beautiful place. So that sort of place is really only for really wealthy people, I would have thought. So there's no doubt in our mind that that's probably the direction they want to go. And the fact that it's called a Great Walk, and that was the aspiration for it, suggests that that's where they want to go, create a walk for privileged people. And really, we just do not need the infrastructure at all. Mark Norek does a fantastic job accommodating them in 5-star accommodation in Eden, providing local jobs. Hey, it's a no-brainer.
It just worked out we need to clone Mark.
I was thinking a little more, Laurie, about your question about where else we could look in the world. And I'd actually say that I don't know that we should look in other places. I'm going to draw an analogy with rock climbing, where each rock climbing crag develops its own ethos and what's acceptable within that ethos. And then there's this cultural inertia that it stays like that you don't change the ethos. And so I don't know that we should necessarily be adopting the ethos that has existed in New Zealand or Europe or the US. I think our historical ethos here in Australia has been away from hard drift accommodation. It's partly because our climate is so benign, really, compared to other countries. We often like to talk about the harsh Aussie climate, but really put yourself in -30 in bloody Canada or Japan or whatever, and you'd say Oz is pretty benign. We don't need the huts in the same way that they do. And our cultural ethos here within national parks and recreating has been to not necessarily need huts. Now, I'm not saying all huts are bad. I love staying in huts occasionally, but by and large, there's no need for new hard-roofed accommodation.
In fact, from the tourist industry point of view, it's a massive point of difference. If you accommodate someone in a tent, it's a much more intimate environment with nature. And that's what's happening. The light-to-light transfers, the local operator there who knows the area intimately accommodates people in tents. They get the fine wine and everything like that. And all they've got is a tent. So you just need a tent platform. Fantastic, unique experience delivered by local people. That's what it should be about. And that's what's there. And that's what makes it so annoying with VR, is they want to come in and build these massive complexes. So they've got vehicle access and helicopter drop-off points, car parks, staff accommodation. It's a beautiful wild park that's easily accessible to everyone with lots of in and out points. So they're just completely unnecessary and inappropriate.
Megan, you have the task of wrapping up this question.
I wasn't actually going to answer this question.
Okay,
I saw a question there that I wanted to answer just while I had the chance.
Well, then that question's finished and please continue.
Thank you. So the question was something about who's behind the keepitwild.org and the funding or whatever. And I just wanted to clarify that it's a volunteer thing. There's a very small group of us. And the kind of thought about it was that if we build it, other people will join, which is what we're after. We want everyone to put their stuff up there, and we'd like to have some sort of governing group or decision-making group. And yes, there are two sites, keep-it-wild.org and keepitwild.com.au, and they're along the same lines, and we're working along the same lines as them.
Mm-hmm. And have you had any collaboration with them to date?
Not to date, but we're planning on it. Yeah.
Great. Okay, fabulous. Love the word collaboration today. That's certainly what we've been doing today, haven't we, guys? Thank you. Please thank the panelists for a great session. Alvin's got some wonderful gifts there for you, so I'll get him to run across. And the guys online, you'll get an image emailed to you, a gift. Fabulous. Which brings us to the end of a very jam-packed day as I'm trying to turn off this microphone. There we go. Thank you for staying engaged. We still have amazingly 37 people online. Thank you, unless you're all asleep on the couch and you've got your cameras on. I thank you very much for being with us and holding with us. We're not finished quite yet. We're going to ask David to come forward because he's actually going to tell us about what next. So as I said to you in the very early stages of today, this is the start of some incredible collaboration and conversation around this. Where do we go next? I'll hand over to David.
Who wants to be last? It's always the challenge. When you said where we go next, I just heard you and Kirsten having some banter about some sort of 3-day workshop. So yeah, go for it. Go for it. It was interesting, actually, this day we started and ended on the same theme, which was Andy Macqueen told us about a bunch of youngish bushwalkers who went down to the Blue Gum Forest 90 years ago to save it from a developer. And we ended up in the last session talking about the need for young people to be more involved, get them involved politically, but also get them into the outdoors and how important nature is and nature immersion is. My overall, and I might also add that we thought about when we were planning this that we wanted some sort of statement about tourist development in national parks. And we're still going to try and do that, but it's probably overambitious to think we're going to wrap something like that up now. But I did want to touch on a few points that I picked up during the day from various speakers. The overall impression I get is tourist development in national park, and particularly private tourist development in national park, is why bother? I mean, so many people got up and said the public generally don't want it. It's not good for national parks. Who's it benefiting? Apart from a handful of perhaps big scale tourism developers. So the message, one of the key messages for me today was that why are they doing this? It doesn't have any public benefit. And I think any statement that we produce, whether it's our a revised policy or a statement that comes out of this day, it's basically unjustified economically, unjustified ecologically, unjustified sociologically, and it's basically a big con.
And if we can put those words into something slightly more tactful, I think we'll get somewhere. I did think there were some key principles, and I'm just flipping through my 20 pages of notes I've been making here. Come back to something that Keith Muir said, and I think he called it the 3 Ps. And I think it's an important principle that needs to go into any statement. National parks need to be permanent, public, and protected. And he made the point that, and I think other speakers touch on this, that the, if you like, the commitment to that, those 3 Ps has been eroding and crumbling, and I think it needs to be reinforced. Christopher talked about the deficiencies in the legislation, and it may well, and the fact that we've moved into an environment where the minister has an enormous amount of discretion. So there's obviously something there to reverse that, and maybe a new government, if we get a new government, rewrites the Act, or we find other ways of battling these legislative conundrums. But coming back to the 3 Ps, the other thing I think Keith mentioned was that we should simply oppose plans to expand commercial tourism facilities inside parks. I think that should be the basis of it. Shouldn't want any of it. That's distinguishing it though from setups like a commercial group taking a bunch of people into a park on a walk, and they do their activity, and then they're either picked up and taken into town for the night, or they're taken to a place where it's fairly low-key camping type of thing, even, and so forth. So it's very much, I think this sort of big scale by people who may have entered into commercially confidential leases or agreements, I think generally that should be opposed all the time. There is no justification for it. And I think that the other message I would get out of it is that we need to stay vigilant and stay dogged, and not just bushwalkers, but generally other groups that are interested in this issue. And I did pick up on Brian's point about the representation of bushwalkers on some of these advisory councils. And I think that we as an organisation, Kirsten, need to try and gee up our members to get onto these. I appreciated your point, Brian, that you can actually, a bushwalker can make a claim to be on these on a number of things. I haven't paid enough attention to those criteria in the past. So I'll have a second look at all of that. So I think we need to be getting more active on some of these advisory committees, councils. And I urge any of you out there in your clubs to also try and get on your local RACs. But before and I've got 2 more things to do. One is to draw the prize, and the other one is to thank people. But I guess we've got another 5-10 minutes. What I want to do is for you people out there online, I'd like you to use the next sort of 5-10 minutes on the chat line, write down in 140 characters or less what you see is the key point that's coming out of this day for you and what you'd like to see happen. So if you can put that into fewer words. And for people here, if you want to get up, right. Take that away. Use it when we're developing the new bushwalking policy or the new statement. So I'll invite you all to go up and just write something down, and those online to yeah. So while you're doing that, we're going to call the raffle anyway. So I think from memory there are 2 gifts.
So if you didn't hear that online, there's 2 prizes for in-house here, and 2 prizes going to be randomly drawn for those at home. And David's just drawing the raffle tickets for here, and I have 2 random numbers for the people at home.
We've got 6 prizes.
6 prizes. Oh, we do 3-3.
You do 3. I'll do the 3. So the first one goes to C. Oh, they're all green. Okay. That's appropriate. C10.
Ah, very good. Yep, if you head over to Alvin, he'll be providing the prizes. Thank you. The second number is?
C11.
The person that came in after him. Wonderful. Yeah, head over to see Alvin. And the last one for in-house.
If this is C12 is the rule. It should be a oh, no, I'm not going to do that.
I was.
Was it really?
Oh no. No, do another. Wait, redraw. Redraw. Keep the chat function coming. If you haven't written down your comments, please do so. Oh, very good, Denise. Awesome. Head over to Alvin and you can choose a prize. So for online, we have 3 numbers. Are you ready? Because we got to 38 people, we'll limit it to 38, or did you want the? Yeah, well, that's a good point. Okay, 13. Number 13 online is? Suli Singh, is she still with us or has she departed for the day? Are we going to make sure they're here or do you want to just send it to Suli? Okay. You can deliver? Okay, we've got a delivery. Wonderful. And of course, my age, number 25. I wish. Rebecca Mayer, are you online? We will. Oh, is it? That might be because of relatives. We might redraw that one. Okay, so let's go 73. And then we'll pick another one.
Elizabeth Howard.
Elizabeth Howard. She's not online, but I'm sure we can get that to her. Yep. And pick a number, David. Final one.
25.
I've already done 25. That was my age. 29.
Scott Turner.
Scott Turner, are you online? Look at all. Oh, yes, it is. Scott Turner. Are you there, Scott? Can you unmute?
Hello, everyone.
Hello. You just won the final prize for today. So we'll make sure we get that to you. Kirsten will be in contact.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Handing back to you. Okay, I'll leave you to it.
I think there are some things coming through on the chat, which is good. I might add that there are a lot of comments I noticed coming through the day on the chat, which will definitely feed into any sort of statement we develop. So we'll have to go through all of that. I think Peter's just written something up there. I think everyone's looking fairly tired, ready to go to the pub or go home, whatever. But there are some thank yous I have to do. The first thing I'd like to do is thank all the people out there who have sat through this day. I'd like to thank all the people in this room. I think it's been a good participation. I'd like to thank all the speakers, both physically here and those on the screen. I'd like to thank Laurie. I think she's done a marvellous job as MC. I'd like to thank our sponsors, Paddy's as the gold sponsor, Trek and Travel as our silver sponsor, and Wild Magazine is our bronze sponsor, and all the mags. And I would urge you, we've still got a few left, take as many as you like when you're going out the door. And finally, and last but not least, I'd like to thank Kirsten Mayer, who's the Executive Officer of Bushwalking New South Wales, who has done a really good job in putting all this together. And I know how hard you worked on this.
And I think it's come together really well. And I think it's been a trip. So I look forward to you organising the next one. The 3-day one. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff that we've got today, accumulated today on this topic. So this is not the end of it. I think it's just the beginning. We're going to put together some words, and that will inform us as an organisation going further on this topic. But we'll also, before we sort of finalise anything, we're going to send it out to all of you so you can have a second go at it. And I think we need also to reach out to a number of other organisations and keep this discussion going. And the fact that we're coming up to a state election gives us an opportunity, I think, to press some of our elected representatives and where they stand on this too. So that's something else we can do. I've run out of anything to say, so I think we might take an opportunity to wind it up now. So thank you all.